Test, test, test 1, 2, test of the audio, Friday, January 30th, test 1, 2.
If I did bring the sound up in the back,
Yeah.
and see if we can.
Yeah. Are we? Test, test, test 1, 2. This is an audio test. Friday, January 30th, test 1, 2. Audio test only. Test 1, 2. Test of the audio test. Second audio test. Friday, January 30th, test 1, 2. Test, test, test of the audio. Test of the audio, January 30th. Friday, January 30th.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning and welcome to our continuation of the capital budget meeting on January 30th. That was convened on January 28th. We'll do the call to order. So I'm going to do the call to order.
Order.
I didn't. So we'll call the meeting to order at 9:34, and we'll do the Halifax, our land acknowledgement that the Halifax Regional Municipality is located in Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and the traditional lands of the Mi'kmaq people. The municipality acknowledges the peace and friendship treaties signed in this territory and recognizes that we are all treaty people. Before we get started, just a few comments from the chair. We're on our second day of Capital. There's just a little technical issue that we're experiencing with microphones. So we do ask that if speakers could make sure that they are directing their voice to the mic so that the microphones can pick up all of the appropriate sound, and especially for those people that might be listening or watching. We have that in all of the mics in the room that it's important to do. We are reconvening on the amendment, and there is a speakers list, and that amendment will be on your screen for you to read. What I'm going to ask is that we refocus the capital budget discussions to the 26-27. So if you're looking at the motion that's on the floor as amended, we're going to look at item 1 and item 2, focus on the 26-27, get that conversation completed to the best that our knowledge, vote on those two, and then we can go to a discussion on the future years, which is the third item on the motion, because we do need to get our 26-27 budget settled. So to the best of our ability, if we can do that. Mr. Blackwood, do you have any comment to add to that, or?
Thank you,
Put you on the spot.
Madam Chair. No, not much more to add with respect to that. We'll continue on with Mill Cove and take it from there.
Councillor Mancini, a point of order?
Just so I can understand, so at the end of the day, we may have simply only completed item 1 and we can vote on item 1. Is that the intention? 1 and 2, and so then we may have to come back to discuss item 3. Is that correct?
Yes.
The goal is to do 1 and 2 today. Okay.
Yeah, the goal is to at least get 1 and 2 done, and probably 3 started this
Sure,
afternoon. But
sure.
I think that what we really need to do is to get focused on this current year, because the staff need to have their marching orders to know what they're going to be doing and how it's going to affect the
Okay, just wanted to clarify.
ongoing of the operating budget next
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yep, that's good.
Oh, Jerry, he's got a comment.
Yeah, and with respect to item 3, recommendation 3, that really is direction to staff of the work that needs to be done on years 2 to 4.
Right, understood.
Yep.
May not be addressed today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancini. And now on our speakers list, Councillor Morse.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do I need to put the motion on the floor, or is it on the floor?
Your amendment is on the floor now.
Okay. Great. It should be in front of everybody then. What I'm looking for here is a briefing note that would give us the full cost implications of this service. The reason I'm asking is the price keeps escalating. We've seen quite an increase since we first approved this a few years ago. One thing that Council has really never had a close look at is the impact on operating expenses of this service. So I'm very concerned that we could be approving a project that has huge debt implications for the city, huge implications for our operating costs, and we have gaps in our understanding and our knowledge about that. So I'm asking for this briefing note so that we're fully informed of this difficult decision to make. We have a lot of trade-offs we have to make. I love the idea of an electric ferry. I love the idea of investing in our transit system. I feel we need to make more large investments in our transit system. I just want to make sure that we are spending our dollars in the best way to benefit the most people, and it's the most strategic investment at the right time. And so that's why I'm asking for this briefing note, and I hope you'll support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Morse. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's funny, I actually agree with you 100%, but I can't support the motion as it's written. So when we think about our transit system and rapid transit in particular, which includes the ferries, and so we're looking at a ferry terminal at Shannon Park, Mill Cove, what was the one? Larry Utek, upgraded one in Halifax. And so I would be more comfortable if, I think the mayor mentioned this, or maybe some other councillors did too. What are the ways that we could bring down the cost? Are there technology changes in terms of the vehicles? Are there scoping or scale changes we could make? Are there other things we could do? But you can't, if you think about the mode shift targets that we have, and everyone around this table knows I'm a huge proponent of our bike lanes and safe cycling infrastructure. And I think in Vancouver, they get 11% mode by bicycle. And in the urban core, we might be able to achieve something close to that. But in the suburban areas, the only way we're going to have massive mode shift is with transit upgrades. And so I think, if this motion said, let's look at all the ways we can make this cheaper, I'd be 100% voting for it. But because we're talking about canceling it, and that's the only option we're looking at, I just can't support that. And if this passes, we'll see what comes back. But we're, because of the timeline associated with this, I think it's really important for us not to lose these weeks for it to come back to the budget adjustment list, but deal with it today. So I'm going to vote against this, and if others do as well, maybe we could bring a motion that says, let's look at the implications for changes that make it cheaper. So I'll just leave it there, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cleary. Councillor St. Amand.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Councillor Cleary, for articulating so well where my head was on it. I'm uncomfortable walking away from an opportunity without really fully exploring ways that we can ensure that the value proposition that is delivered to residents is what we've promised. There are a lot of moving parts that are related to this particular project. It's more than just mass transit sitting on the Bedford waterfront. We've undertaken a significant study of the Mill Cove area for redevelopment, funded with housing accelerator funds. So what does that mean to this project if this project were to suddenly be canceled? What does it mean for the redevelopment of the entire area? What does it mean for the developers? The value proposition that was sold as part of the study was that there was going to be some mass transit infrastructure built into the Bedford waterfront. There was going to be a bridge to provide for access to that, which also happens to be a secondary point of egress for those that already live on the Bedford waterfront. There's a lot of component pieces here, not to mention the fact that this is about city building. This is about creating a vision for what we want to see happen in the long term in Halifax. I can easily envision the future that was proposed for this. This was meant to be a pillar that was going to be part of a multi-pronged process. If there are other ferry terminals that wind up being built as a result of this as the catalyst for the development of the Bedford waterfront, then that presents a really fantastic long-term opportunity for us all, and certainly for all the residents that would wind up having other choices to be able to get in and around the municipality. I envision this particular ferry terminal being a way that people would come to Bedford to enjoy what the newly redeveloped Bedford waterfront could become. We could wind up being the third very cool harborside downtown in our municipality. And that doesn't happen without bold leadership coming from the municipality to say, this is where we want to plant our flag. This is what we want for our city. And so, yes, this is an expensive project. It's a bold project, but I think the level of investment coming from other orders of government reflects what they see in this opportunity as well. They didn't come in with $5 or $10 million. They came in with 75, 80% of the initial budget for this project. And I suspect that their investment is sincere enough and they're committed enough that we may wind up getting a little bit more involvement to help us with this project. I agree that the operational costs are a concern, and I'm eager to hear from our finance staff on where they feel we are now and where that will wind up taking us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor St. Amand. Mayor Fillmore.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Councillor Morse, for starting a discussion about the Mill Cove Ferry. It's a really important one to have. I remain completely supportive of the Mill Cove Ferry. It's a critical part of our growing transportation and transit network, and I think my feelings about having ever more ferries plying the waters of the harbor is well known, and this Mill Cove run is a central piece in all of that. I can't support the motion because it has the word cancellation in it. I could support a motion that talked about ways to bring the cost down by looking at different options, for example, hybrid, that could, with some more proven technologies that could bring the cost down and perhaps allow us to buy more ferries faster instead of one or two very expensive ferries up front. So I can't support this, but I will say that I've also had very cursory conversations with our funding partners at the two senior orders of government, and it is rescoping the project is very possible without losing the funding, and rescoping could include switching to a hybrid model. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Fillmore. Councillor Steele. Absolutely. I was actually going by the numbers on the screen. Yeah. Christo, can we change that?
You got on, like, it was a mistake at the start, but yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Go ahead, Janet.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you to our legislative assistant, and thank you for your patience, Councillor Kent. I'd like to come back to a discussion that we had yesterday on this issue, and I think it's really important that we take a look at it. I'm very concerned with the potential operating costs, and we haven't really talked about that, I don't believe. I'm also concerned with the rising costs that we see on this project and so many other projects. I'm encouraged by the Mayor's comments about our partners being willing to look potentially at rescoping the project, what that might look like. But I'm wondering if we could come back to the discussion yesterday when Councillor Morse raised the idea. It was, the idea was we need to take a look at this. And there were somewhat two options on the table, the possibility of delay and perhaps rescoping or potentially stopping. And I think what happened is when the motion was being put together, it became an either or. You have to say it's canceling the project. You can't say what are the implications of perhaps rescoping to look at lower cost options, plus the implications of canceling. Could we, I guess I wonder is it possible to change the motion, or would we need do we need to defeat the original motion and then have a different motion come forward with the potential rescoping, looking at different options? I think our chief financial officer said we had to pick one or the other, but I'm wondering, after the discussion that we've had, would it be possible to obtain a staff report that looked at both? So would that be considered a friendly amendment, Councillor Morse?
Yes.
Thank you. And the seconder?
Yeah, I'm the seconder.
Councillor Purdy was the seconder.
Oh, I was the seconder. I was the seconder.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, okay.
So it's considered a friendly amendment. And the language that you wish to put in this is a briefing note on the implications of rescoping.
Or canceling.
Or
Yeah.
canceling.
Yes, both.
So I think I'll go to our CAO.
Do we know if the,
Excuse me, I'll,
seconder.
to our CAO to see, or legal counsel. Do you want to? Okay, Brad.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair, through you to council. I just want to remind you where we are with the program. So we are on track, and in fairness, you may not have seen this when your information reports, so I'm just bringing it back to your attention. We are on track to bring you the 30% design on the Mill Cove project in May. That, once we have the 30% design, we can then answer with reasonable accuracy some of the questions that Councillor Morse is seeking about long-term operating costs. Without that information, we're guessing. So that's probably the biggest piece I want to bring to the fore. The other piece is, same discussion as yesterday. If you determine that you want to seek the briefing note, again, and I remind you, we're in a contractual situation. Our plan would be to continue that contract while we bring back a briefing note or while you wait for the 30% design. It would be my recommendation, knowing the volume of information that's enabled by the 30% design, that you wait for that before taking a decision on the project. It's a very logical spot to take a decision on a project, on any project. This briefing note, happy to do it. And like I say, we'll do the best we can with the information we have midstream, but it will, we have to rely on some of our consultants that are in flight. And so there's implications, I guess, is what I'm saying, of trying to do two pieces of information at the same time. From a budget perspective, it's the difference of 2 months continuing the project as opposed to trying to draw a quick decision on March 4th where you don't have all the information versus in May when you have a robust set of information. That's all. I just wanted to make sure you understood that, those timelines for the project. The only other thing I'll say is there is a lot going on in this space. We are value engineering as we go. We are equally concerned about the cost. And so we are value engineering as we go, and there are new ideas coming every day into how we might do this project. So there are pieces in flight. So I'll leave it at that, and we'll bring to you whatever you decide today. All I ask that if we do the briefing note, be very clear on what you want, in that I agree, and I think council's there. Cancel versus defer are two different things and two different sets of implication. And cancel while looking at the long-term operating costs is kind of counterintuitive. So it just please, all I ask for is a very detailed briefing note if we have to bring it back so we can get zero in on exactly what you want. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Steele. We took away some of your time. Do you want to have one follow-up to that? Or would you like to come back?
well, all I really want to know is where are we with this? I suggested an amendment, a friendly amendment. The mover and seconder agreed. So are we going to talk about the amendment now? Yes, okay. Yeah, so the only time, I wasn't sure. I'm not sure exactly what advice Brad was providing. It's sort of defer the decision is the advice I received from him. So I'm not sure if that means it's worthwhile doing the amendment, but I would be pleased to hear from other council members on this.
Thank you very much, Councillor Steele. And the amendment is on the screen that you can see on your home screens. And so now we'll go to Councillor Kent.
Can I just have a point of clarification? I thought this was determined to be a friendly amendment.
It
If
is.
it's a friendly amendment, it just gets encapsulated in the.
It is.
No
It
further
has been.
debate specifically on
It
the
has been,
amendment.
it's on the screen.
It's on your screen.
I get that.
That amendment was amended by a friendly amendment. That's what happened.
I agree. So that's now the original plus, but it's not an add-in. We don't normally debate a friendly amendment. Right? So now we're on the main one. Okay, good enough. So I cannot support this. I have sat in this chamber many times where we have had discussions around Mill Cove. We finally got to where it is because we all envision this, the continual comment of getting more cars off the peninsula. That's my biggest reason. If we're really truly going to fulfill that kind of approach, which we really should, then we need this ferry. We cannot ignore that. And I think, again, Councillor Cinnamon and Councillor Cleary spoke to the larger picture. That's what I'm saying as well. I struggle with the shift on it as well, because we've done so much to get here. It's been in and out of conversations. I know Councillor Outhit was a big champion for it. I know Councillor Cinnamon is now, but we all should be, I feel, in this case. We're there. I am more at ease with saying no now, knowing what the CAO has said, that we're talking about the budget, but we still have opportunities along the way, even with that budget there, to adjust the direction that we're going. We're getting more information specifically to answer, that will answer these questions. I'm comfortable with continuing to have it go forward the way it is. And I just don't want to waste the time we have for staff on this particular one, knowing that in May we have it's coming forward. I understand why we want to look at opportunities to reduce our capital plan right now, or the position of the austerity that we have to be very, very focused on. I think this is a misstep, and so I can't even support it this way right now. I will want to look very closely in May at what's being brought forward when we get that design. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kent. Deputy Mayor Cuddle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, this is hard. We got delivered some information on Wednesday about the budget and our future outlook around, cost implications for the municipality. And, at the end of the day, there's only so much juice in the orange that we can squeeze out. We need to make some tough decisions. We need to prioritize. Everything on that list, every single project is great. It'd be wonderful to have. But the reality is that financially, we're going to sink ourselves. And we can't put future councils and future residents in that position. We got to make decisions now so that we can save money in the future. Because if we just keep pushing this down the road and we keep spending more and more and more and then canceling, then it's kind of, wasted effort and wasted dollars. The cost benefit analysis on what has currently been approved around the Bedford Ferry, it stopped making sense. Yes, I was 100% behind this. Yes, I want to see ferries all over our harbor. But the model that's being presented and the inflationary increase that's happened, we got to say, is it still feasible for us to do that? Like, there's lots of things I would like to do. I'd like to eat, filet mignon every day. I can't do that. We've got to figure out how we make a sustainable budget. I do like the friendly amendment. I think right now we're operating in the dark. It's hard for us to make decisions on the capital budget when there's information that we don't have, right? So sometimes this is a matter of timing and it's a matter of process. We need more information to understand to understand the challenges. This motion is for a briefing note. I appreciate what the acting CAO said, that they'll do the best to provide what information they can midstream, but we are in this budget year. We are making decisions about this upcoming budget year, and if there's any information that can shed light on this item, I think it's worth looking at, understanding that there'll be more information coming down the road. But I think it is prudent not only to get that information, but also to send a signal to say, we're not comfortable with where this project is going cost-wise, and we need to take a second look, and this is something we're putting on the table to have a second look at. So I will be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Cuddle. Councillor White.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank Councillor Morris for bringing this forward, because when I look at this project and I think about buses, I feel like we could get more bang for our buck with buses. But listening over the past couple of days and thinking about where we are with we seem extremely hesitant, as I mentioned before, about reallocating road space, whether it's to bikes or buses. So BRT is taking a long time, and I feel like this one is closer to a reality. So I'm comfortable waiting to see the more detail in May rather than going ahead with this briefing note. So that's where I am on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor White. Councillor Purdy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I wish I had heard Brad speak before I agreed to the friendly amendment, because I feel like it's a cleaner statement there. And then if it were to fail, then we could do a much more fulsome ask for more details. But Brad also said that that's not available till May anyway, but we know it's very, very expensive. And I am not in favor of a ferry in Bedford. I am not in favor of a net zero technology that is exorbitantly expensive ferry. So if there's a way to rescope this project to make it more realistic for what we can actually afford and moving forward, then I'm very happy to look at that. But I'll be supporting this as it stands right now, and hopefully we'll be able to come to a really good decision on this eventually.
Thank you, Councillor Purdy. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually didn't know we would actually spend this much time debating this, so maybe it's too late to say this, but maybe we should have mentioned this earlier. But when I look at the capital budget, I don't actually think there's any implications for 26, 27 for this project. There's no money for the library in this, there's no money for the ferry in this. And so it actually has no impact on this year's tax rate. Future ones, yes. So whether we get this briefing note and have information in March or whether it's May, it actually doesn't change at all this budget. So I'm just surprised we've spent this much time talking about it. Anyway, I leave it there. I will vote for the motion because I think it's important to look at it, and whether that's March or May when we make a final decision. But I just thought I would point that out. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Cleary. Mayor Fillmore.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And I buzzed in again to respond to the CAO's comment about wanting specificity in the motion. The more specificity, the better. And maybe we can try to do that here. I guess, Mr. CIO, if you or someone could answer the question, the 30% design that's coming, is that design of the ferry itself, or is that design of land acquisition and site planning and terminals and
through the chair to the mayor. So the 30% design encapsulates an upgrade. We're going to advance the 10% design to 30% across the infrastructure, across the terminal infrastructure. So that's the vertical buildings and the shoreside charging and marine infrastructure. The vessels are being advanced, but they're not part of that 30% design. We're still advancing with the vessels. We're looking at capacity, ridership, because ridership has increased significantly. So the 30% is related specifically to the infrastructure. And just a reminder, the 30% includes value engineering. So we have some significant advancements that we've already made in value engineering. And to support evidence-based decisions, I think completing the 30% will give you a fulsome picture that you can work with.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And so my concern is whether what the role of budget committee is in this discussion, in this intention that we seem to share about the way the project might proceed, including the technology of the ferry itself. It seems that a deferral is it true that a deferral today would slow us getting to the 30% milestone?
Oops, sorry.
I'll answer that where I made that remark. Yeah, I mean, basically, we're all guns a-blazing trying to get to a 30% design by May. And just to reiterate, that is a project point we have to bring back to council regardless. That is a decision point for the project. And so, yeah, we're just highlighting that if we're trying to do two things at once, and all we're saying is the quality of the information in the briefing note, because we need what in the 30% design, we'll do the best we can with it to give you kind of the preliminary indicators, but it won't have everything that you're going to have at a 30% design window.
Okay, so would it be, what I'm hearing is it's better for the project's prospects to proceed to not defer in budget committee. And so therefore, if we have concerns around the project design as it impacts budget, including the technology of the ferry itself, the more helpful intervention would be through regional council at the 30% milestone.
Yes.
Well, colleagues, it seems that those are very clear answers. I'm not hearing that there's anybody around the table who wants to cancel or stall the project. I don't believe I'm hearing that, unless perhaps some of us are worried that the cost would be so great that it might deem to be canceled. But I think if I'm reading the mood of the council, we want to proceed. We want to proceed efficiently and cost effectively, and we all understand the pressures of congestion and getting to a solution as quickly as possible. I think I'm going to have to vote against the motion and instead take the opportunity to try to capture our collective intention at regional council at the 30% milestone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Christy, is it Councillor St. Amand? Councillor St. Amand?
The numbers are messed up. Don't worry about it. Sure. Yeah. You want to go ahead?
So, Councillor St. Amand, you want to close?
Know that
Yes, no, that's
Councillor
okay.
Morse may prefer to close. It's her motion. All right, I'll go now. I don't need much time.
Okay.
One of the things that I'm very mindful of here is that, we're a growing municipality. We're looking to pull on every lever we can in order to effect change in our transportation system. And I think that the intent of the ferry service was to deliver an entirely new option that had scalability, that would be able to provide for a good number of transit users, that would fall outside what we have the capacity to deliver today. Bedford has grown to 45,400 residents, and it's not stopping anytime soon. And that's only in District 16. There are several developments that are planned up along Hammonds Plains, all the way into Lower Sackville. All of these people would benefit from this system being in place, whether they became riders themselves or whether the traffic that would now no longer be in front of them because the riders were on the ferries, that would present an opportunity for those folks to be able to get downtown or wherever it is that they were going. This unprecedented growth that we're experiencing, we have to find new ways to get people around. And this, I think, as long as the value proposition is there, I mean, I'm not looking to blindly go into this project. I think the 30% design is going to deliver the information that this body was looking for. And it's on the basis of that report that I want to be able to make a decision and or provide additional direction to staff for what our tolerance is for cost relative to the value delivered. One of the things that I'd like Mary Ann to elaborate on is maybe give us some updated numbers on what the anticipation is of ridership for the project as it stands now.
Through the chair to the councillor. Thank you for your question. We do have some information on that. The population forecast and ridership implications are as follows. You may recall that when we reported on this project earlier in 2022, they were forecasting a ridership of approximately 3,500 daily with a peak commuter pressure point of 750. Now that was back in 2022. Our current forecasts estimates an average daily ridership of between 4,500 and 5,000 in 2035. That's a daily ridership. And in 2035, we would be looking at the peak commuter throughput of 850. Now, that number is going to surge by 2045, and the forecast is 6,700 daily riders by 2045, and a peak throughput commuter pressure of 1,100 by 2045. So you can see that the ridership is accelerating, and that translates into revenue and the service sustainability. And just also a gentle reminder for council, the business case is also being advanced, and all of these aspects tie into that for operational readiness and value.
Thank you, Mary Ann.
Thank you, Councillor St. Amand. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, colleagues, for the conversation and debate. You know, Councillor Morris said, is this the right time for this project? It's absolutely the right time for this project. What's our conversation been, and the whole time that this council has been elected in congestion and traffic and affordability and all this, it's absolutely the right time. You know, the last budget meeting, we had a great discussion around the forum, and the mayor talked about partnerships. And there was a question mark, well, are those partners out there for the forum? Well, I tell you, there's partners for this project. They've already put the money on the table, the federal government and the provincial government. And I've had many conversations yesterday with many of those people from both levels of government, going with great concern that the word cancel was even part of this motion. And so there's money on the table based on zero emissions. Now, the mayor is saying the scope of the project could possibly change with his conversation. That's great, but that conversation about change of scope shouldn't be happening at budget time. That should be happening when May comes back. We have that bigger percentage of design. You know, looking at different energy, hydrogen, whatever else, and I was blown away that Councillor Morris used the word diesel and saying, well, maybe we could go back to diesel. That's a step backwards. That's a total step backwards. Yeah, I heard the word diesel from you.
Not from her. Not from.
Well, then if it wasn't for you, I apologize. But I heard the word diesel in the chambers.
Councillor Mancini has the floor.
Oh, thank you. No, that's fine. If I misspoke, I apologize for the misspoken. I heard the word diesel, unacceptable from wherever said. You know, Councillor Morris said 3,500 cars, only 3,500 riders. That's 3,500 cars not on the road. How many of you traveling here today scrambled because we had traffic? This project addresses those. And now we're hearing numbers of 4,500 and 5,000 ridership and 850 at peak time. This is the project that we are been looking for. I look at our new transit director, and he's been hired to come in here and make bold decisions. And I'm waiting for those bold decisions, and this is one of those bold decisions, this particular project. Let's talk about the growth in the area. You know, Councillor St. Amand talked about it. Ocean Breeze, under construction right now, 5,300 units, residential units. Shannon Park, finally under construction, will be happening this year, 3,000 units. So you can double that. It's 8,800 people. And the desire to have the other ferry terminal go to Shannon Park and take advantage of this great harbor. I want to share a quote with you. When we made this announcement, our investment in this project shows our commitment to building sustainable, connected communities where people have a variety of accessible, affordable, and green transit options to get where they're going. It will reduce emissions, reduce traffic congestion, and boost economic activity across our municipality. You know who said that? Member of Parliament from Halifax, Andy Fillmore, said that. So this is the project for us. This is the time for this project. I'm opposed to cancel or defer. Let's wait till May, get the design work. Those conversations are valid. Let's do it then. That's the time to do this. That 30% design is the time to do it. Totally opposed to any other motion other than wait until then. So I appreciate your time, and I apologize if I misspoke too, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Mancini. Councillor Purdy.
Madam Chair, and I'm just wondering whether to throw a bombshell in here or not, but I don't know, maybe I will. It just seems to be, look around the world and even our own experience here, that green and affordable don't really go together, so you got to choose one or the other. But just so having said that, I'm very happy to wait for the 30%, but I'm also wanting to support this amendment because I guess it does make sense to wait, but I just feel like if we do, actually, Brad, you said that this would continue going whether this amendment passed today or not, right? Like the 30% is going to continue to proceed regardless of whether this passes or not. Just the amount of information that will be available at the end of this will determine whether, like how much impact this ballot would have.
Thank you for the question, and I'm glad to clarify. Yeah, so basically, not unlike the forum conversation, for the period of time while we're should you ask for a briefing note to come back for March 4th, we take that as do not down pens, do not cease the project, keep trucking along, and keep trucking along 30% design, get you information on March 4th, at which time, based on that information, you may or may not take a decision on continuing the project. That's my understanding.
Okay.
And so we would keep going. Okay. So at that point, if you decide to keep going, then we would just keep moving along to the 30% design point in May.
Okay. Okay, that's great. Thank you. So there's no risk. I'm going to support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Purdy. Councillor Morse, did you want to close? Or would you like to speak now and come back and close?
I'll close. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quickly, because Councillor Purdy inspired me. Just to be fair on green technologies, wind and solar are the cheapest forms of energy production in Canada, cheaper than gas, coal, cheaper than geothermal, cheaper than nuclear. So green today can be actually the cheapest compared to the old dirty fossil fuels. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cleary. Councillor Morse, before you close, would you allow me a comment? Thank you. So members of council, I also cannot support this motion as it is. The cancellation word is scary. Councillor Mancini spoke very passionately to some of the comments that I probably would have made. I think that we have to be very careful about the signals that we send. And I think that we sent a shockwave through our funding partners a little bit. There was a little bit of a scare that came about a significant project that we were all so proud of. I was at the announcement in Bedford at the Yacht Club. I remember the energy and the positive thoughts about Halifax being such a leader in a project that would have an electric ferry come. And so there is no way that I could support anything that would look at a cancellation. And this is about a briefing note, I know, but in May, we'll look at whether or not rescoping. And even at that, we need to make sure that if anything is rescoped, that it meets the requirements of our funding partners, because this is a high ticket item, as we all know, and it is majoritively funded by other orders of government. So thank you. And whoops, Councillor Mancini.
Thank you. And, I did want to make a comment on Councillor St. Amand said that Bedford could be one of the third cool HRM. It'll always be third behind Dartmouth. Just want to clarify that. So, but that is a possibility. I would welcome you into the fold. Yeah, welcome you into the fold. And you're right, Madam Chair. I really worry about our reputation, big time on this. A lot of eyes on this project. Not only from our partners, but around North America as we lead the charge on our attack on climate change. A lot of eyes looking at our municipality, and it attracts people and businesses when we do these kinds of projects. I can look at this bold project. Councillor Cleary's right. I mean, there's no the impact of the 26-27 budget here. So we really shouldn't even be talking about it as suggested in the open comments from the chair. In green and affordable, what's affordable? Making decisions about what the planet we leave behind for our children and grandchildren. I mean, how do you measure that into dollars? The future ramifications of our decisions today are here on this decision. So I just wanted to close with that, and I appreciate everyone's comments around the table and your opinions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancini. Deputy Mayor Cuddle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say that I take exception to some of the language that Councillor Mancini is using around this. Just because we're taking a look at the cost of this project and whether we can afford it doesn't mean we don't support sustainable projects. It means that, is this the one that's going to get us where we need to go? Literally. You talk about the ridership on the ferry. Just by contrast, right now I have about 7,000 riders a day on an outdated, outmodeled transit system from Spryfield onto the peninsula. That's double what was originally proposed here. And when you look at where we have to put our dollars, this isn't about saying we don't support transit. It's not saying we don't support green, we don't support electric buses, we don't support a different future in how we move around the city. It's saying that we need to make some tough choices about things that we can afford. So I am supporting this motion. It's not a decision point, it's a briefing note. And there's information that we need to make informed decisions. And it's not being, it is about the future of our children. It is about the future generations, as well as the residents of today, around what can we actually afford. I'm a bit confused because in the beginning, we were given this list of major capital projects with a projection of debt, scoping out the next 30 years and seeing kind of where that trajectory is going. And we simply, can't afford to do that, and everything else that we need, that's going to come as we grow and we have more service demands, have more infrastructure demands. So we were asked to look at capital projects. Now we're being told, no, now's not the time to look at these major capital projects. So I do feel we're getting some mixed messages on what we're supposed to be considering right now and what we're not. So, it's. And that's, that's hard, kind of, puts us in this position where, here's all this information, you need to make some decisions. And we bring up something and we're told now's not the time. So I understand this is coming back at 30%. That's great. But, right now when we're looking at what was delivered yesterday in our forecast, trying to figure out why this would not be something that we should at least discuss for future years. Like when do we discuss that?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Cuddle. I'll attempt to clarify my words in the opening remarks. And it wasn't that we would not be discussing future. It was that after this amendment that we might focus on the 26-27, finish those, and then go to the third bullet, which is the future year. So it wasn't in any way to stop the conversation. It was just, can we focus some attention on the capital projects that will affect this budget year, and finish those, and then go to the future year. So it wasn't in any way to not look at the future years. I'm looking to Jerry. That clarification was yes. Okay, good. Thank you, Councillor Purdy. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Cuddle. Did you want some of your comments answered though by staff? No. Okay, thank you. Councillor Purdy.
Thank you. Really appreciate this conversation. I just had a question that I forgot to ask the last time I spoke was those numbers that you had said for projections, where did they come from? Because I read just a short while ago in All Nova Scotia that our population is supposed to remain fairly steady for the next decade or so. And then where did the numbers come from for the future years?
Through the chair to the councillor, thank you for that question. So the ridership numbers are based on the updated population forecasts and the new regional travel demand model. So we worked with HRM and the province to review the population forecasts and determine the ridership. And we also engaged a market assessment.
So that would be based then on the Premier's goal to increase our population by like double. Is that correct? No. Okay. Okay. Sorry, Brad.
Okay.
I'm
Quick
just wondering
answer
how
on that one
accurate
is
those
no.
projections
No, that is not based. That's based on population targets that are set by forecasts, not by political aspirations.
Okay. Thank you. That makes more sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Purdy. Councillor Morse to close.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone, for the discussion. Very good discussion. Regrets, I have a few. We are told we have some tough decisions to make. We're told we have to look at big projects if we're going to reduce the tax burden on our residents in out years. We're also told that we have big projects in flight that can't be changed. So I brought this forward because it's listed in attachment 4 as next phase can be stopped. Perhaps I took that a bit too literally during this process, but it's good that we've had the discussion. I still feel that we have a lot of gaps in our understanding of what this impact will be on our operating costs. Have we ever looked at that? I don't believe we have. That may mean that we do not have funds available for future investments. We have to make sure that the transit choices we make now don't preclude transit investments in the future that may serve more people. So, my goal here, as everyone's is, I'm sure, is to make sure we're spending money in a way that benefits the most people for the least amount of money and the least amount of debt, that keeps our options open for the future. I still feel we should have this briefing note as part of our process. We have major decisions to make, over the next few weeks in our budget. And I think having the most up-to-date information and having it all compiled in one place, we've received various reports over the last year or so, but having it all in one place, having the recent information report attached, and seeing the full picture as early as we can in this process, I think would benefit our decision making. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Morse. So we'll call for the question. Question has been called. And the motion fails. So we're now back on the main motion, and it'll just take us a few moments to repopulate the speakers list. So thank you for your patience there. Our next speaker is Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to ask about a future year expenditure, so I'll drop off because this is just 26-27, correct?
If we could be indulged that way, yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Fillmore.
Oh, boy, that came around quickly. Thank you very much. I had buzzed in 2 days ago, actually, and that's why my name is on the list. And with your invitation to pause for the moment, the out years discussion, I will then take my name off the list because that's what this is pertaining to. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Fillmore. Councillor Purdy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I am going to be putting forward a ballot under for Councillor Austin here, who's not able to be here with us today. And it's for C2 BT74 AI Innovation Initiatives. And it's only $250,000 for this capital year. But he said it's a new technology and he thinks it's a nice to have, not a need to have. And he thinks it would be good to let other municipalities work out the kinks before HRM invests in something like this that he may not be necessary. So I would like to put that for a ballot under. C2. C2. Cat. C2.
Is there a seconder for? Mayor Fillmore for the second. Thank you.
Thank you. That's it.
Councillor Mancini on the amendment for the under.
Yes, please. So it's too bad that Councillor Austin's not here. So he's saying, do you have a sense that he say he just wants to delay it, or I'm wondering could David Thorpe come down to I'm not really familiar with the project, so could you just maybe give us, David, an overview of what the project means and what the intention of the project is?
Madam Chair, if I could, for the benefit of the staff, could we get the motion up on the screen just so we're 100% sure what we're speaking to? Ironic.
It's just taking us a moment to get the motion up on their screen.
Yeah, no problem. Yep. Do you know what the project is? Do you know what the project is? Not much? Yeah, me too. I'm just curious. I don't have a problem telling. Same with me. As you wear your green dress today, it's quite zero emissions. You'll be good. Be good.
I'm shocked. That's green for money.
Yeah. The ones we cut down on Roby Street, we're going to just move them to Cole Harbor. They are your replacement. Well, I agree.
Thank you.
Okay.
So members of council, and staff, the motion is on the screen now.
Hi, Warren. So David Thorpe, Chief Information Officer, through the chair, through the councillor. So the idea of this fund is to have a little bit of money that we could use for doing pilots with business units for potential solutions that could enable them to transform some of their functions to drive efficiencies and ultimately, hopefully, reduce some of their costs. So I can talk a little bit to some of the things we've done already in the AI space. So over the last year, we've rolled out a personal assistant functionality throughout the organization with Microsoft Copilot Chat. We've also been working towards turning on some AI capabilities within our HR management system, which will be turning on in the next couple of months. So that's within SAP SuccessFactors. They have what they call Joule is their agent, which assists in using the tool. We started a pilot working with transit and public works, where we've mounted cameras on a few buses, so front-facing cameras that are assessing traffic road conditions, side-facing cameras that are assessing transit assets. So we're continuing to work with the business units to see how well that will work and what the opportunities are for them to again, transform their business functions using that. What we'll be looking to do in the coming year is some pilots around traffic management. So using some of this money to set up intersections with cameras and AI capabilities that would potentially alter the traffic lights to try and speed traffic along. And again, some experiments with that because it's new to us. As well, working with planning and development on tools that would enable someone to submit a plan application to a model that mimics our planning rules and bylaws so that it could give instant feedback on whether a plan violates or a proposal violates any of those to try and speed up that process. As well, looking at putting AI agents on halifax.ca with the opportunity then for residents to interact with that, to hopefully reduce some of the call volumes that are coming into 311 and provide 24/7 access to better answers. So this money would be looking at funding some of those pilots and potentially the beginnings of purchasing something if we determine over the year something that's very viable.
Just have a few seconds left, if I may. Thank you for that explanation. That makes sense. I guess the briefing note would allow us to have, what's the ramifications of not doing it and all that stuff. So, I'll support the under, but more discussion, obviously, we can come back to discuss it at a later date. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Mancini. Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Chair. And I just want to say I'm fully supportive of this expenditure of $250,000. I think it has the potential to save us money in the long run. And I think if we're not investing in AI now, we're already behind in this. The private sector and other orders of government have already invested heavily in this. And I don't see the need to actually even have a briefing note. I'm supportive of the expenditure, so I'll be voting against this under.
Thank you, Councillor Steele. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ditto what Councillor Steele just said. We need to adopt new technologies that allow us to be more efficient. And particularly this one, when you look at the business processes and traffic management and, looking at our road system and how we maintain it, like this has huge potential. If we don't start experimenting with it now, we're just delaying and pushing off those efficiencies. And so it's a small investment at this point in time, which could grow to much larger programs if the technology works and, we can get benefit from it. I'm constantly reminded of that metaphor of, stepping over dollars and picking up pennies. And sometimes I think in our budget deliberations, we're often overlooking the really big stuff that can make a huge difference because our minds are, it's hard to comprehend really big numbers. Like when you think about the ferry discussion we just had, when you talk about hundreds of millions of dollars, it's kind of amorphous. It's out there. It's big, but I can't really understand it. When you talk about 250,000, I know what that looks like. That could be a mortgage for someone. I understand that. You're like, we're going to talk about this. And we do this all the time. We'll spend 2 minutes talking about a $20 million procurement and then an hour and a half talking about a shed in a park encroachment. And so this is one of those ones where, it's really important for us to get into this and continue doing, not just here on our roads, but all over the place in the stuff that we do. So I'm 100% supportive. And I hope we get good stuff out of it. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Cleary. Councillor Hensby.
Play the violin for me, huh? Okay. My question is, how is this related to the Link Nova Scotia and the Bridge Commission? Because I know there's been discussions about having an integrated traffic management center and stuff like that. And I want to know is this system going to tie in with that? And what collaborations have we been dealing with the Bridge Commission in Lincoln, Nova Scotia?
Through your chair to the councillor, yes, I know the public works folks have been having discussions as part of Lincoln, Nova Scotia. That will be some of the things moving forward that potentially we would look at is how do we integrate into the broader provincial activities.
Lucas Pitts, Executive Director of Public Works, through the chair. Yeah, we're working really closely with Lincoln, Nova Scotia on a number of these projects, and as David said, we are expecting full integration, and many of the projects are moving forward quite rapidly. So this money will support some of that program.
Hello, my microphone. And will this require any legislation from the province in regards to red light cameras or whatever the case may be to help coordinate the traffic flow?
Through the chair to the councillor. So red light cameras, photo radar, that's all part of the TSA. We are expecting proclamation of the TSA within the next couple of months, but there are additional legislative changes that need to happen to the Summary Offense Act. My understanding is that is still some time away. And then as part of the TSA, any program that Halifax comes up with has to be approved by the minister as well. So we're really quite a distance from understanding what the program may look like at this point.
Thank you, Councillor Hensby. Councillor Purdy, I don't think you've spoken on this one.
Yeah, I put it on the floor, but the mayor can go next.
Okay.
I can wait.
Mayor Fillmore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I seconded the motion to create the opportunity for the details of the project to be illuminated, and I will be voting against the ballot, but I just wanted to be able to have this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Fillmore. Councillor Purdy.
Thank you. I feel like I have a better understanding. These projects, pilot projects that have already started, would any of those be implicated by this funding not going through this year? The ones that have already started?
So the ones that have already started, like from the cameras that are mounted on the buses, no, those are moving ahead. If we get to the point where we decide that, yes, this is a very viable solution and the business units wish to adopt those, this would be some of the money that would mean putting those in place this year that wouldn't be available.
Yeah. So. Oh, okay. So it's funny when I put this on, Councillor Mancini leaned over. He said, "What is this?" I'm like, "I don't know, but Sam asked me to do it, and I trust him. I don't always agree with him, but I trust him." So I don't think I'm going to support this. Then actually, I feel like these are very smart projects to actually pilot and see what can give us more efficiencies in the long run. It might be a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Purdy. Councillor Hartling.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I wasn't going to chime in, but as somebody who worked in a software background, and whenever I hear pilot project, I often wonder whether it might be cheaper and more effective to sit back a little bit and lean into the idea that an industry leader will emerge. I'm just wondering, are we looking at, is what this represents something where you are testing new technology, or is this what you're looking at? How do you implement already well-known established technology?
Through you, Chair, to the councillor, a little bit of both. So yes, we are looking at these pilots leveraging, there are some emergence of bigger players in each of these different areas. Right. But quite honestly, the biggest thing to prove out is how the business units will leverage these technologies, because I think Councillor Austin's concerns aren't invalid, in that there have been many organizations that have very quickly adopted AI tools for the sake of adopting AI tools without enough sufficient planning on what's the business process changes that would happen, and because that's where the real efficiencies will come. So yes, it is looking at, we will do market scans and look at piloting ones that have been proven by other organizations. We're not interested in being completely bleeding edge on everything, but a lot of the work is, again, working with the business units on how they would adopt it and how they would transform their processes.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hartling. The question has been called. The motion fails. So now we'll repopulate the speakers list. And if anyone still has a current, Councillor Cleary, and then Mayor Philmauer is going to buzz in for me later. Thank you. Councillor Cleary.
I think this was one of those situations where I had buzzed in on a previous board, which then get repopulated to a new board, so I'm good.
So, Mayor Fillmore, it's 1:45. Why don't we take a 15-minute break? And then when we come back, Mayor Fillmore will be in the chair so that I could bring something forward. Thank you so very much. We'll come back at 11 o'clock.
Okay, colleagues, we'll come back to order. I'm temporarily in the chair as the chair of the Budget Committee. Councillor Deagle-Gammon would like the floor. And if I could ask the gallery to come to order, please. Can we have quiet in the gallery, please? Oh, tough crowd this morning. Very enthusiastic. Okay, Madam Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Chair. So, it wouldn't be budget meeting if I didn't ask to talk about gravel roads.
No.
This is my 5th year, and I hope I don't have to do it as long as the Ross realignment. But
tell me about it.
so the gravel roads program is pushed out again, to 2029, 2030, and people talk about what's nice to have, what you need and what's nice. And you would think that the municipal roads in HRM would all be paved. There is actually a few roads on the peninsula that are gravel that aren't paved. But in the outlying areas, there is also a few. So I do have a motion around the gravel roads. Our clerk has it, and we'll put it on the screen, but the motion is that the Budget Committee requests that the Chief Administrative Officer provide a briefing note on moving funding ahead from 2029-2030 to 2027-28 for Roads 8, the new paving street HRM roads for consideration on the 26-27 budget adjustment list. And in your books, that is on page E17. So I think I saw Councillor Hartling second. Madam Clerk, I'm not signed into this computer, so you might have to give me a wave when I am past my time. But so I don't know how to start. I feel like, I've said this story now for like 4 years, and now we're into the 5th year. But Confederation is one of the roads in my district that is, a gravel, it's paved, and then it's gravel, and then it's paved. And it's a thoroughfare through the subdivision that comes down and dumps into Highway 2. There is a lot of concern around even what is the cost benefit of maintaining that gravel road. I would think that in the last 2 months, we've had to ask for extra grading somewhere up around, at least once every 2 weeks, just because of what's going on. In the summer, it was terrible, just with, the drought and then the lack of water. You couldn't actually sit outside because of the dust that was flying from the gravel road. When you think about what's happening to people's cars, we've got the freeze and unfreeze, and we've got the potholes, which are lovely, and a pothole on a gravel road can be pretty dangerous too. And so there's car damage. We've got complaints in around that. So moving ahead, instead of the 29-30, to move it to the 27-28 at least gets us into the design phase of making sure that we can start paving the gravel roads. I think it was 2 years ago, we were able to change the criteria around how do we decide what gravel roads get paved. And so that was a really good piece of work that was done by our staff, and I thank you all very much. So now this is the next piece to try to move it up again. So I'll wait to hear our conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we'll go to Councillor Hartling, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you so much, Madam Chair, for bringing this forward. I couldn't speak more enthusiastically about how important this is for the people who are living on these roads that are, quite frankly, just disastrous. One of the things that I think is not called out in this, and I feel like it's so unfortunate, and it's something that Councillor Deagle-Gammon spoke to as well, is that the cost of not including this is not nothing. This is not a true savings. When I think about Tony Avenue, which is also, on the list of roads to be paved in the future, they have to get major upgrades to them every year just to survive year over year. Not only, and I would welcome staff to speak to that, like I can't believe how bad they are. Again, just using Tony Avenue as an example, beyond what Councillor Deagle-Gammon has already spoken to, the roads are so soft during the spring, and the potholes are so severe, and yet all the heavy equipment that would be able to grade them cannot get there because of spring weight restrictions. Like, people lose bumpers. Like, it is unfathomable to me that, you know, we can't support these people in having decent roads. And again, we're not asking for a Cadillac ride or anything like that. We are talking about the absolute bare minimum. I think that the opinion is that gravel is somehow fine. I think that might be true for some roads, and it's definitely not true for others. And I think that we absolutely need to get after those ones where it's just not safe. Like, it's not safe for buses. It's not safe for emergency vehicles. It's not safe in winter. It's not safe in spring. Yeah, I'll start there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Cleary, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I don't have, to my knowledge, any gravel roads in my district, so it's not a program I'm familiar with. But if staff are here, I know this probably falls under Mr. Pitts. These are provincial roads, right? No. Okay, because when I look at this, what was the number? E17? Okay. So these are HRM roads that are gravel that you want paved. And so I guess my question would be, because I'm looking at the E17, there's no funding at all for the next few years. So is this Confederation, I think is what you mentioned? Is this something that's ready to go? You want to move to design? Is that what it is? Okay. So is that something that is possible? Like, you guys are ready to, is staff ready to move that? If we put this in the budget, you can actually do it? Or is this, you'll start doing something, you carry it forward, and then walk me through this, if this passes, and how much we're talking about here?
Thanks. Good morning. I'm Ann Sherwood. I'm the Director of Design and Asset Management and Public Works. So the intent of the gravel road paving program, I understand, as requested by Madam Chair, is to sort of put it back in the works. It's been on pause for some time because it hasn't sort of reached a level of, I guess, support. Thank you, Councillor. Sorry. Of overall against the other pressures against the budget. So to reinstate the program, you're correct, Councillor Cleary, that we would look to have a year of design. So there is no capital budget implication in 26-27 with the intent that be the year to design and to re-evaluate the list of priorities, as Councillor Chair, sorry, Madam Chair alluded to, that there is a list of prioritization that we look through.
I only have 51 seconds left.
Sorry.
So you reprioritize. This was not part of it. There's other things you have to do. So if this motion goes forward, you're not going to build it, but you have to design it. Do you have the funds to design it? How much does it cost to design this year? And what will not get done if you do this?
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, Acting Chair, through the Councillor. So we believe we can fit in 2 or 3 projects within our existing work plan for this year in order to get it caught up. But it will take existing staff time, internal operating budget, essentially.
So something we'll have to give somewhere in order to do
this.
This.
We'll rebalance, but we think we can fit it in part because we're not looking to construct this summer, so that gives us a bit more leeway. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Purdy, please.
Thank you. Okay, so just a couple questions on this. Number one, do we know how much we're spending on maintaining gravel roads right now per year in HRM? And I'm just wondering what that cost is compared to what this cost is. And the state, Councillor Hartling shared some pictures from Tony, is it Tony Avenue? Or and it was really bad. And just like, does HRM have like a regular maintenance program of their gravel roads, or do they just get called in when there's emergencies? And also, it shows here there's external funding for 29 years 29-30 for 667, like 600,000. Is that available if this gets pushed forward a few years? Or is that only available for 29-30, if I'm reading that correctly?
Thank you, Mr. Mr. Mayor, through to the councillor. The question of the funding, I may guess my friends in finance to speak to. Sorry, the first question now.
So the amount of money that HRM is spending right now on maintaining gravel
yes.
roads, and if there's a regular upkeep program for those roads.
My understanding is there is a regular program. I don't have the operating cost in front of me. That says with my colleague Bev in road maintenance and operations. But that was part of the balance that we look at when we rate the streets. So some gravel roads are in different condition than others, and so that's part of the criteria that we look at is what the cost of the operational maintenance is versus what the cost would be to pave it. So that is part of the balance when we look to decide which streets should be paved.
So that information would be on the BAL then when if this passes and it comes forward, we'll get all the costs, so we'll know
we can
what
certainly
we're
include
saving, what we're not. Okay, so I don't want to add anything to our budget, obviously, but I will. I think I might support this unless I hear something that makes me think twice before we vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, first of all, Mr. Mayor, I thought I was going to have to die before they named a street after me. I didn't realize there was one already named after me. It does make sense that it's a rough shape, though, right? So I'll take it. My question is just looking for clarification. I'm fine to support the motion, but when we pave gravel roads, I thought we used debt to pave gravel roads. Is that accurate? Could someone clarify that for me?
Thank you, through the chair, acting chair, to the councillors. Typically, lately we haven't. What the funding that's showing against this project is capital renewal for 2/3 of it, and LIC, local improvement charge, for the other third.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Look, it's fine. I support the motion, and we can come back and dig into that deeper later on. Thank you.
I'll just ask a quick question if I could. So it seems to me the motion is simply to ask to spend $29.30 in 27-28. It seems there would be no overall impact to the multi-year capital budget. Is that correct?
It depends if we're moving the continuous multi-year program all forward by 2 years. So are we just moving the 29-30 to 27-28, or are we then adding more dollars on for 28-29 and 29-30? We're either adding 2 years or just moving. Then there's no net to the change to the 4-year plan.
Okay, thank you very much. And Madam Chair, I see Councillor Hensby has rung in, so I'll go to him first and then to you. Councillor Hensby.
Perhaps someone may want to clarify how the billing process works, because if you pave it this year, we don't get a bill out to the people until the next fiscal year. Is that correct? We usually got to wait till after the warranty period to pave it and make sure there's no workmanship issues and stuff. So if we put money in this year's budget for the paving gets paid for this year, but the cost recovery is not till the following year.
That's my understanding, yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Hartling, please.
And just to follow up, Councillor Hensby, there's no paving in this year no matter what. This is simply to get it as far as the design phase. Yeah. So we would be 2 years out before we would be paying for anything anyway. Again, I don't have any time and I can't add anything more other than I so hope that I have your support along with Councillor Daigle-Gammon in getting this across the finish line. It is so important for the people who live there. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So yes, this is about HRM roads. Confederation is an HRM road, just to be clear. It's not a provincial road, it is HRM road. And it's funny. I don't think that I can go to church or to Sobeys or walk the trail without somebody saying to me, when are we going to pave gravel roads in HRM? And it has lacked support over the years, the gravel roads, just because there have been other priorities, all of that stuff. But I think we're now at the point that it's just not a really good business case anymore. If we don't move this forward and get this done, by the time we do say that we will, it's going to cost a lot more money, because you're then actually rebuilding an entire road as opposed to, you know, something that's been maintained well. And then we do, and I'll have to say, our road ops people, they're wonderful. And, you know, they absolutely, you know, when I send an email or do that, anything, they are phenomenal in terms of how they answer. But the thing is that you just can't keep putting a Band-Aid on something that actually just needs to be sutured. So if we can have your support and see this move forward, that would be awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And shall we change places again? I think you need to vote from here, don't you? I'm wondering which seats we need to be in to vote. It's fine? Okay. All right, then the question's been called. And I'll be voting as her. You want to vote yes, Madam Chair? Okay. Put me as a yes too, please. That's a different thing. And the motion carries.
Councillor Hartling and I thank you all so very much. So we're now back on the main motion as amended. Councillor Purdy.
Thank you. I just have some questions about some of the items on here. So this one is for the Mumford Terminal interim accessibility expansion for 2.3 million for this year's. Well, it's on our list. Yeah. And then in the capital project book on page E16, there's a Mumford Terminal redevelopment for a total of 14.4 million in 29-30. So I'm wondering if someone can explain what this 2.3 million is for, and how does that fit with the overall redevelopment in 2030? And does the 2.3 need to be 2.3 this year if there's going to be a huge overhaul in just a couple more years?
Good morning. Patricia Hughes. I'm the Director of Planning and Customer Engagement at Halifax Transit. Happy to respond. The project that has interim in the title is really about just working in the space we have now, kind of expanding a bit into the right-of-way, trying to address the grade and make the space more accessible and functional, because there are significant operational and passenger issues now. Mm-hmm. And so we are ready to proceed with that and looking to do that next year, which is the 2.3 million. The other project is we do see this as a bit of a Band-Aid, and that based on the volume of passengers and buses and the expected growth, that this is really just an interim accessibility fix. So we're working on a longer term solution, which is the other project. That is much more tentative. The timeline is, there is no solution developed yet, and we're working with the property owners and everyone about that. So that one, the bigger one, is more likely to slide or move, the final plan isn't determined yet, so it's further out.
Okay. I know Mumford needs a lot. It's a lot of issues there. So that's fine. Okay, that answers that question. Okay, I'm almost done, so I'll come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Purdy. Councillor Hartling.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't actually have any questions or comments about that. I'm looking for another item. Hold on, I just lost it as I was looking for. I'm looking at CI2 10016 HRP security monitoring and video surveillance. I'm wondering if somebody can speak to that. It's it's 25,000 this year, but then it's 225,000 the following year, followed by a further 25. Like it's $275,000 over the next 3 years. I'm just hoping to gain some understanding over what that's about.
Councillor Hartling, do you have a page number on the book just for your colleagues?
C31.
Thank you.
David Thorpe, Chief Information Officer, through the chair to the councillor. That's basically the cameras within the headquarters of police, so in the hallways. So it's an older system that needs a fair bit of upgrade work to it. So the first $25,000 is to do assessments and determine what needs to be replaced. And then the future years are to pay for those replacements.
So it speaks to regulatory requirements. Are we not meeting regulatory requirements, or is there like is there a sunset on our requirements?
Through the chair to the councillor, again, it's equipment that's reached end of life, so it needs to be replaced to make sure that we are meeting requirements. So in some instances, there's areas where the recording hasn't been sufficient because of problems with the equipment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hartling. Councillor Hinch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know that we're focusing on the projects for this year, but I wanted to discuss Halifax Needham and wondering why it's at $2 million for the design phase now when it was $1 million last year. Oh. Well, it's I don't have a page number.
B42.
B42, yes.
B42.
Welcome, Philip.
Thank you. Good morning. Philip DeGanzik, Director of Facility Design and Construction. Through you, Chair, to the councillor. I believe the question was why the increase in the design fees over last year's estimates.
Yeah.
Basically, every year when we review the capital plan, we try to provide our best information and best estimates as to anticipated phasing and cash flow of the projects. So costs have been escalating. We understand that this is a complex project with a gymnasium as well as a pool. So in anticipation of the approximate cost of that facility, the design fees would be estimated based on those. So it's just an updated estimate based on our anticipation of costs.
So it's not guaranteed that price, right?
No, this is a very early estimate.
Very early estimate? So I was wondering if I could put a motion on the floor to... Pardon? Actually, I would like to bring it, instead of the 27-28, to bring it to the 26-27, and to see if we can limit it, the amount, to the $1 million.
So, Councillor Hinch, would you like to take a moment and put the wording or give the wording to the clerk?
Krista, did you get my message? I sent it through Teams. So while she's looking for that, I mean, this project has been going on for quite some time, and the facility is really at its life end. Things are always breaking down. it's a well-used facility, and people are looking to hopefully get into their new one before they die. Pretty much, as they said. So I was hoping that we could at least bring the design phase up a year ahead of time.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Cleary for the second. And so we're just going to make sure we have the right language. And John McPherson is here to say something, I think. Or Philip. Okay.
Just a point of clarification, Finance, I didn't have the last year's budget book here with me, and Finance just advised me that the anticipated design fees in the 24-25 budget was, 25-26 budget was also $2 million. So it hasn't been increased. It's $2 million carried forward. Yep.
I would still like to test the waters of the room to see if there's any appetite to bring it up a year ahead of time, though.
Thank you, Councillor Hinch. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I have a question around the length of time. So, gosh, when I lived on Novalee, I can remember my kids taking swimming lessons at Needham. I can remember playing myself and having my kids play at the old arena across the street. And the idea was when Devonshire was raised, we were going to move forward with Needham. That was a long time ago. So what is the holdup? Is it just a matter of priorities? We're saying, let's just keep pushing it off. Is there some functional or other reason why this has moved forward? Or is it simply a prioritization? Because this, in my mind, has been a priority for the community since we first announced we were going to do this. And, the last time I was in Needham, the gym floor could use some work. The kitchen also, there's not one part of this facility that doesn't need replacement.
Yeah, thanks. Through the chair to the councillor. I'll take it first from the non-service perspective. From preparing the capital plan perspective, it comes up every single year, and there's a number of projects that have been front and center at the beginning of the planning session every year. George Dixon's on there, St. Mary's Boat Club's on there, and through the process of what is getting larger pressures and how much funding we have to spread around, this has been one of the projects that continues to get deferred out repeatedly.
Yeah, okay. I think that's what I also said, but why? Why is this one considered a lower priority than, say, the St. Mary's Boat Club, for example?
John McPherson, Executive Director of Property, Fleet and Environment. Madam Chair, through you to the councillor. First off, absolutely, Needham needs attention. It's not prioritized based on that. One thing I'll say is that other projects have been successful with federal outside funding, which have moved them up the priority list. So I look at BLT and Eastern Shore Lifestyle Center. Also both warranted projects. So in terms of the timing and moving it up, I will say that we do need to take this upcoming year to do due diligence, our own internal due diligence on the project, and do a fair bit of programming planning with clients and with the community consultations, so that we can actually start the consulting work with a firm fixed scope of work.
I appreciate that. And you mentioned external funding. I'm looking at St. Mary's Boat Club, B48. There's no external funding. So again, no one's answered my question is why St. Mary's Boat Club is ahead of Needham.
I believe St. Mary's Boat Club was prioritized based on its consistent flooding activities with the coastal nature of it. and degrading structures. So that's the prioritizing there.
And what we're going to do at St. Mary's Boat Club is going to mitigate or prevent flooding. And how much of the cost of the flooding is part of the, in total, I'm looking at 17-ish million dollars, 17,250. How much of that is flooding relative to the rest of it?
Maybe Philip can support me on this one, but that project tackles a number of areas. So there's the raising and reinforcing of the structure, and as well a large component of it is accessibility improvement. So adding an elevator and making it an accessible facility.
Okay. I don't see Philip's mic coming on, so I guess that's that's the answer.
Are the highlights and the bigger buckets of
Okay, thank you, Madam
work.
Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cleary. We do have the motion now on your screens. Councillor Hinch.
I move that
The motion is already there and seconded, so if you
Oh,
would like to
okay.
close.
Oh, okay. So, again, I just feel that, the North End's being overlooked quite a bit at times when it comes to projects. They're always being put to the back burner. I think the Halifax, the Needham Center is a priority in the community, and it needs to really, really go forward, especially even if it's the design phase of it. Let the residents know that we care, that we really are serious about addressing their concerns and their needs. So I hope that you guys support this. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Hartley.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Councillor Hinch, I'm happy to support. I'm wondering whether you'd accept a friendly amendment. Instead of moving the Needham Community Center recap, if we do the recap design forward in the capital plan by 1 year? Does that work for you?
Yep.
I don't know who the seconder
And
was.
to the seconder? Councillor Cleary agrees? No other speakers on the list. We call for the question. Motion carries. We are now back on the main motion as amended. And we'll make sure we have the right list of speakers populated if you just give us a second here. Okay. So Councillor Purdy.
Oh, me. Yes. Okay. Okay, so item H1, cultural assets. We have an unspent previous budget of $517,000 for work on Cogswell, carry forward cultural strategies and implementation, and completion of previously approved projects. And then we have a proposed $395,000 for 26-27, which says that's for the museum strategy implementation and collection relocation. I'm proposing that we have a BAL under for the 395, that the implications of that being deferred to another year and not implementing the strategy in 26-27 to save that 395,000 for something else.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Hartley? So we'll just wait a moment and see that. So while we're waiting for that to come up, Councillor Purdy, if you would like to continue.
Well, I mean, it goes towards the theme of really wanting to, I guess, trim back where we can and things that might make sense. So whereas the strategy was just approved, and I mean, we approve everything here. So just trying to look at where we can trim a little bit for 26, 27. And if this is, I mean, we have we just heard the Needham Center has been delayed now for year after year. I think we could also delay this for prolonged period of time and not implement this in 26, 27. I'm assuming it will not have a big impact on HRM. We'll still continue with the projects that have been approved and have proposed to be carried forward, already implemented and need to be finished, moving those projects forward to completion, but just looking to trim a little fat from the budget. H1.
Thank you, Councillor Purdy. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you. I wonder if park staff are here to speak to this. So is this the public art that we're talking about? Because what Councillor Purdy was talking about, and you talk about cultural assets and museum strategy, that kind of stuff, but as I understood it, in Cogswell in particular, what we're talking about is, and I don't know, so explain what the $395,000 is going to cover, where it's going to go, and what it is.
Through the chair to the Councillor Maggie McDonald, Executive Director for Parks and Recreation. The primary use for the $395,000 is relocation of the artifact collection from the current archives. The lease is expiring, and so there's funding that's been earmarked to ensure that to support that move. So that's the primary.
This is the
piece.
stuff that's currently at the archives over in Burnside.
Correct.
And so explain that space and the new space and why we're moving this stuff.
My understanding is that our lease is expiring, which is what's driving the need to prepare for the move. There's a sort of specialized shelving, specialized technology that's needed to support the collection in the new space. So that's my understanding what the intent is for that, the balance of that $395,000. There may be risk if the lease were to be extended, but my understanding is that lease is at end of life, and so we need to find a new space.
All right. So if this briefing note passes, you'll bring that information back on what options there might be if we can stay there, extend the lease, and also what the risk of staying there. Because the last time I was at the archives, I understood the conditions weren't optimal for preserving a lot of the stuff that's there.
Correct. We would address that in a briefing note.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cleary. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to build on what Councillor Cleary was asking for, I'm just trying to understand these artifacts. This stuff is at the archives right now. This is not where the Dartmouth artifacts and museums. Those are two different things. Is that correct?
Through you, Chair, to the councillor, this wouldn't be the sort of evergreen house, but my understanding is that some of those artifacts live with our artifact collection. So while those that aren't on display, for example, my understandings would be here housed in the warehouse that we have.
Okay. Again, I'll wait for the brief to come back. We can dig in a little deeper. Thank you, Maggie.
Thank you, Councillor Mancini. Councillor White.
Thank you, Chair. I'm wondering if this is part of the Cogswell project at all, the big Cogswell project, and where are these things going? Because if so, there's nothing there.
Through the chair to the councillor, in that capital account, there is funding for Cogswell as well. That's not the 395 specifically. Some of that's carry forward, and some of that's being spent
in this year, so that carry forward may actually be by the end of the year a bit lower than what you see in your budget book, just based on timing of that production. I don't know that we have a new space identified yet, so we don't. That's yet to be determined.
Okay, could you explain the connection to Cogswell at all? Sorry. Okay. Okay. I think I need a briefing note to know what this is all about. Yep.
Councillor White, are you finished?
Well, if any, one of the detailed work plan is Cogswell Art and Storytelling Program, which sounds to me like part of the Cogswell project that I don't want to push off, especially knowing that it's headed to be under budget.
Through the chair to the councillor. So the entire account includes funding for the Cogswell Public Art Program. I believe the 395, which is what the councillor was referencing, is specifically allocated for the move of artifacts. When we bring back a briefing note, we can speak to how, if or how we could reallocate within that account.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor White. Councillor Purdy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just on that, so the detailed 2026-27 project work plan that includes the Cogswell Art and Storytelling Program for $220,000. That's not. I'm not asking for that to be touched in this briefing note. That's already from previous year's unspent budget, as well as the cultural strategies and implementation and completion of previously approved projects. So I'm not asking for that to be touched. It's this year's $395,000 that specifically says it's for the museum strategy implementation and collection relocation. So, I want to know what is that museum strategy? Like, is that are we hiring people with that? Because if so, I'm not in favor of hiring new staff this year for that. That can wait, that can be deferred. So I'm asking for a briefing note for an under on this one, just to see what the implications are and if we can save a little money.
Thank you, Councillor Purdy. Our CFO has a comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just with respect to briefing notes and the intent, and I know we want to take a little bit of a deeper dive, but if the intent of the briefing note is to find out whether it has an impact on this year's tax increase, like, we can answer that here for you today without having to have staff go into a briefing note. If you want a briefing note on the merits of the project and things like that, but if you're really looking to find out, does this have an impact on this year's tax increase, we can certainly answer those questions here, and maybe that could head off a briefing note. So, for example, this project, it's reserve funded. It's a carry forward amount. It would have no impact on reducing this year's tax increase.
Question on that. So the carry forward says 517,000. And then for 26-27, there's another amount for 395. So you're saying that 395 is already earmarked for this, and it's not going to be an impact on our.
It's reserve funded. The money's already available and committed to that project. So it's like reserve is a savings account. We got the money.
So how do we know then when we're looking at these budget pages for 26-27?
Yeah, if you look at the table, see underneath the capital project where it says funding. So external funding, that would be cost share with provincial, federal government. Reserve funding would be funding that we have in the reserve, which would be committed to that project. Capital renewal, that is, we tax for that. That's, as we talked before, pay as you go kind of thing. And debt, that's a future tax implication. So I'm not dismissing the intent of asking for a briefing note for more information, but just to make the Val as efficient as possible. If you're looking to find out if it's an impact on the tax increase, we got the people here that can answer those questions if it's an increase or not. So if that say that 395 said capital renewal, that's built into the tax increase for this year. Reserve it's in a reserve account, a savings account. We have the money, it's allocated to the project.
Okay. I'm still going to ask for the briefing note. So this, because if this can be deferred, then this reserve could go towards something else that qualifies for the reserve. Is that correct? If this is deferred?
Yeah.
Right. So it's
the commitment could be used for like another project that qualifies within the business case of the reserve.
Okay, I'm still going to ask for the briefing.
Okay,
then.
no,
Thank
that's
you.
fine.
No, but that's good.
I just wanted to put that out there because we can clear those questions up right here. Yep.
I didn't get that at first. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Purdy. There are no other speakers on the list. Will we call for the question? Oh, sorry, I spoke too soon. Councillor White.
I guess my question is, it sounds like the archives has to move, so I don't, can staff speak to, wouldn't delaying just make it more expensive to move, or having to do a new lease, or how would this be beneficial financially to potentially delay?
Through the chair to the councillor, there may not be a choice to delay if there's no option, for example, to renew the lease, and we would have to go back to real estate to see sort of where that stands, if there is any opportunity there. So if the collection has to move, there's I would say little choice but to spend the money if we want to keep the collection in reasonable condition.
Yeah, so I'm going to vote no to this one. It just doesn't seem like a reasonable change. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor White. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to ask staff to give me some insight on page H4, the Burnside and City of Lakes Industrial Park.
I'm sorry, Councillor Kent, we're still on this amendment.
Oh, sorry.
Yep. No worries. Councillor Purdy then.
All right, thank you. Okay, it's making more sense now. So on the briefing note, I'm hoping that it would show what portion of this 395 is for the museum strategy implementation and what portion is for the collection relocation. And if there does need to be a relocation, then we can see that on the briefing note. And if maybe it doesn't need to be relocated this year, maybe there's another year left in this lease that we can just hold steady. So I do want more information on this. So anyway, but thank you.
So seeing no other speakers on the list, will we call for the question? Commence voting. The motion fails. We'll go back now to the main motion as amended and repopulate our speakers list. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at E47, subdivision egress roads, CT 25003. I know. I'm asking the question. And my question is, I understand it's Westwood Hills to Highway 103 egress road construction. My question is, after the planning, design, and land acquisition, there's about $250,000 left, Crystal. So I'm just wondering, has the team looked at additional seeking of external funding? Because for other egress and air, especially in District 14, through the ISIP program?
Thanks for the question. Through the chair to you, Councillor. I might ask staff to, project manager, to come up and speak to what they're working on for seeking potential external funding. What I can tell you is that there is no longer ISIP funding available for any programs. That has been completely committed at the other orders of government. The last of that funding was committed to the Mill Cove project.
Okay.
Thank you. Good morning. Dave Riggy, Executive Director, Strategic Infrastructure and Transportation Planning. Through the chair to the committee. So there's a couple steps that will happen here. The egress study is nearing completion, and we're targeting the April 14th session of council to come back with that. What you see in the budget right now is the $250,000 is a placeholder, basically to allow us to have some money to do some design work next year. Flowing out of, assuming council approves the study and we go forward, that's to have that in place. So that's, when we look at it right now, that's what we can do next year is design work. So that's in place for that. But as Crystal mentioned, the ISIP program is complete. But of course, if there's any other external funding that becomes available, we'll certainly pursue that.
Okay, so when you're looking at design for the upcoming years, are you looking in, I know you're looking at HRM in general, but the District 14 too as well?
So when we bring the egress study back, that we'll be looking for direction from council on what the priorities are, and then once we have that, then that's the first step to going forward with future design.
Okay, thank you, Dave.
Thank you very much, Councillor Young. We'll take a break now, and we'll come back at 1 o'clock. Thank you so very much. Well, welcome back, everyone. Welcome back, and we're glad everybody had a nice lunch if you were able to do that. And so we are now back on the main motion as amended, and the speakers list shows Councillor Kent as not having spoken and Councillor Hartling next. But I believe we'll go to Councillor Kent and then Hartling.
Yes, thank you. So I've got a question on the, where did it go? On the phase 13 and 14 of the Burnside Industrial Park. So those numbers are pretty large, particularly for the phase 13. It's heavy for the 27, 28, but the 26, 27. So I don't need to dissect the numbers. I just want to have a sense from someone, when we spend this money to get these lots prepared and we create the infrastructure for them, what kind of return are we getting on when we sell the lots? How, like, what are we balancing out? Is it are we making money on it at the end of the day, or is this something that we're just carrying the load to get it done?
Good afternoon, Michael Weil, Acting Director of Corporate Real Estate. For the Industrial Park program, it is all self-funded through the reserve. So when we construct a new phase in Burnside, we sell the lots, which are full cost recovery, plus extra on top of that, which can vary depending on the markets. So it is full cost recovery plus, if you will, a profit margin, and then that in essence turns over and funds the next phases. So when we're looking at the numbers that are in the capital project book right now, that is for the final sub-phase of phase 13 Burnside. That's the final phase of zoned and serviced industrial lands that we have. And this is just accounting for that anticipated tender, which is to go out in this quarter.
Okay, all right. And so we're really, in most of those experiences that we've had around them, we've brought more money back than we spent. Is that correct? I mean, I think clearly I understand the market tells the tale on that.
Certainly, I would
year
say
by year.
To a substantial extent, there is a very good return on the industrial park program in terms of not only recovering the funds spent fully plus some. There's also then the benefits where HRM requires the build and development of these lots within a relatively quick time, and your commercial assessment quickly climbs from the sale of these lands. And then, of course, the economic output of the new businesses operating there.
Yeah.
So, a year or two ago, I just sort of did a manual counting of all the lots in phase 12 that we had sold. And at that point, I think it had hit $500 million in commercial assessment at that time. So it would have climbed even higher now. That was a couple of years ago that I took a quick look at that. So, I mean, it really is, I guess, as the former mayor of Dartmouth used to call it, the goose that laid the golden egg. I mean, it really does have a good return.
Yeah, and how many more phases do you think there will be? And there's 13 and 14. How far can we go with Burnside?
HRM acquired another parcel of land next to Burnside Holdings in 2015. We're trying to go through the process since that time of having it zoned and serviced, but that would be the last phase in Burnside, phase 14, which is 425 gross acres. So, substantial size, but by the time you take out wetlands, unsuitable slopes, streets, and whatnot, it's a smaller number in terms of what the net industrial inventory will be.
Okay, good, thank you. That's all I need
Thank
right
you.
now.
Thank you, Councillor Kent. Councillor Hartling.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm going to start off with C190009. This is for application recapitalization.
Councillor Hartling, do you have a page number for your colleague?
C3. Implementing best practices in lifestyle management of information technology application assets. This project consolidates regular maintenance, upgrading, automation tools, and continuous improvement activities related to HRM's IT. It's $100,000 this year, $200,000 in 2027 and 2028, $200,000 in 2028 and 2029, and another $200,000 in 29 and 30.
Good afternoon, David Thorpe, Chief Information Officer, through you, Chair, to the Councillor. So this account is money that we use for just ongoing upgrades for all of our existing systems. So it's typically either covering upgrade costs with consultancy from the vendors who provide the solutions for us and things like that.
Can you help me understand why it's $100,000 for this budget and $200,000 for upcoming?
Yeah, for next year, we were purposely trying to keep the number a little bit lower. So typically it's been 200 per year. So we have a few upgrades planned for next year. It's just a matter of the cycle of as they sort of come due for upgrades over time.
Wow, that's a lot in upgrades. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you very much. Can I keep going though? I have another. I'm also interested in looking at, this is item C8, BT39. Let me bring my glasses down. HRM's corporate real estate services business area is seeking to modern purpose-built solution to replace manual processes and tools it currently uses. 26-27 budget is 45, 27-28 budget is 285.
Councillor Hartling, did you have a page number again?
Oh, I'm sorry. This is C8.
Thanks.
John Claranomus, Manager of Strategy and Portfolio. Through you, Chair, to the Councillor. Sorry, it was a question about what is the purpose of this solution? I didn't quite catch it when I was up there.
The purpose of the solution and the necessity for doing it now. I'm trying to, like I said, when we can afford very, very little, it's $330,000.
Well, I think the way we've positioned it this year, that for 26-27, it's $45,000. And then the remainder of the money would come in a subsequent year. So, yeah. So I guess it would be best, I guess, from when we think about the business unit. I mean, they have had a great need for this type of thing because everything they do when it comes to real estate and managing all the things that are related to it are all done by Excel and email and whatnot. So they have a hard time keeping track and making sure they're on top of everything they're doing. And it is something that they had put forward in a previous year and was pushed out in that year out to this year. And so that's why it was included in this year's budget. And again, we tried to reduce it from that full amount and eased, I guess, the pressure in 26-27.
Can you help me understand what solution you're looking to implement at $330,000?
Well, I mean, we expect that this would be a request for proposal. It's not a specific solution, but when we look out in the marketplace and we look for the types of functionality that they're looking for, when we looked at the marketplace, this seemed to be in the price range. Some were more, some were less. But when you think about the procurement and implementation, licensing costs, this is around a figure that we felt was appropriate. It may end up being more or probably less, but maybe more when an RFP comes in, but we wouldn't know until that time. But again, it's based on looking at the marketplace for a similar type of solution.
Thank you, Councillor Hartling. You're out of time, but you can come back. Councillor Purdy.
Thank you. Okay, so I have a couple questions just about our vehicles. Oh, not on this. Wait, is it? Okay, sorry. I was fooling around with Councillor Kent there. Okay, so our vehicles. First question about our vehicles is the electrification of municipal vehicles. I'm wondering, is there an option to look at alternatives to that, like hybrid vehicles, something that is maybe can be an interim solution while we're still trying to get all the infrastructure and everything, and while money is very tight. Well, this is for the under the Halifax section, but I'm also wondering where we have the other fleet expansion, fleet municipal fleet replacements and expansions in all of our, because we have fire, police, and it's just municipal. And is that all included under the Halifax, or Halifax is different? Like who are and so that's one. I mean, I have other questions about the end of life. How do we determine end of life, and can that be extended potentially? Because, you know, I've run many cars into the ground, and just wondering if that's a way to save a little money on the front end. And replacements, the replacements on all of these are big expenses for this year's budget. So just wondering if there's any room for movement in that to try to lessen the big financial impact this year and make it more even, maybe in more years down the road, if that makes sense. So first question was about the EVs, and is there an option to look at like hybrids or other cheaper alternatives?
Good afternoon, Trevor Harvey, Director of Corporate Fleet, through you, Chair, to the Councillor. So I'll start with the electric vehicles and hybrids and that nature. So currently under the Halifax account that we purchase vehicles through, we do qualify plug-in hybrids and full electric in that category. So we do currently purchase when opportunities do arise, or it does work for our client stakeholders to do plug-in hybrids or plug-in hybrids. Like I say, if they're even available for the type of vehicle that they need. We also purchase hybrid vehicles, but we don't classify them as being part of a green initiative enough on the emissions savings. So they're purchased when opportunities arrive as well under our regular replacement or expansion and things like that. So some examples would be some of our fire light fleet, they're hybrids now in operation. We also have some plug-ins in operation with fire and municipal as well. And then we have some full electrics. Related to replacement, so corporate fleet utilizes a vehicle and equipment asset replacement criteria right now for some guidelines. It's based across some jurisdictional industry, some municipalities, looking at our own data around condition, age, maintenance costs, mileage, things of that nature. So each vehicle class is a different, I guess, replacement window that we use when we make our strategy. Right now, for some examples, cars, vans, pickup trucks is around 8 years or 160,000 kilometers, whichever comes first, and that triggers a replacement review. We make that in our planning stage, but then we go through and we do each one individually, looking at the condition related to motor vehicle inspections, the mileage, the return on investment. We're going to be spending more money on this to maintain it than it would be to replace it and depreciation. So we use those triggers. So that's what we use for our guideline for all of our vehicles. If that helps.
Okay, so maybe, this might not
Councillor
be...
Purdy, would you like to come back?
Oh wait, can oh my gosh, I just got your name this morning. Jonah, yes, Jonah. Can he just answer about the Halifax? How does those, the Halifax fleet replacements and then our municipal fleet replacements, are they separate? How does that, we have a lot of fleet replacements here, and I'm just wondering, how does that connect? Yep.
Jonah Bernstein, Director of Environment Climate Change, through the chair to the councillor.
For the Halifax account, as Trevor mentioned, we're looking at both full electric vehicles and plug-in hybrids. And within that account, it's the full replacement of the vehicle.
Oh, okay. So totally separate category then on the other categories of fleet replacements.
Correct.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Purdy. Councillor Kent.
Thank you. Jonah, you might as well stay there. I think you might be the one that would answer this. On page H12, the strategic initiatives for Halifax Shore Road resilience improvements. I spoke to this before. This is a minor thing, but I think it's always important there to state which shore road, because there's a shore road, I think, in Bedford, and there's shore road in Hensby's district. Am I safe to say that that's Shore Road Eastern Passage?
Through the chair to the councillor, yes.
Yes. Okay. And so for 2 years, we have not seen a single thing done in the community that we can tell. That I know I've more recently, I say in the last 3 or 4 months, I know staff have shown me a little more of the development of the design. But what am I reading here? I know we have unspent previous budgets, so that would be money we've approved in council. Why are we not showing anything spending? Is it because we don't need anything more? We'll just draw off the almost 5 million there? It's not that we're not going to spend money on that project, correct? That's what I want to hear.
Sure.
Okay.
Robin Holman said, Director of Project Delivery. Yes, that's correct. We intend to spend all that money on construction this year.
And
we don't need any more.
And this will all happen this year.
Cross your fingers and hope. Yeah, it's
All right.
supposed to. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
The tender is coming.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. That's good for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Kent. Councillor Hartling.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I would like to look at CB 190002, Halifax Public Libraries, Bedford Mill Cove Library. I'm sorry, I don't have the page number in front of me. I'm asking too many questions and I've lost the spot in my book. B10? B10. So I guess my only question is the size and scope of the current upgrade, aligned with knowing the future status of Mill Cove and with the expectation and anticipation of another library being there in the future.
Hello, Megan Gaynor, Director of Facilities with Halifax Public Libraries. Through the speaker to the councillor. The size of the library right now is to suit the building of the Mill Cove Terminal. Can you repeat part of your question? I was coming down and might have missed.
Sorry, I didn't explain it that well, and I do apologize for that. So if I'm looking at this correctly, it's into and I guess apologies, it's not actually hammered to the 26-27 budget, but there is a decent amount of money associated with it, $500,000, 1.8 million, and then 4.5 million. Is that related to the future Mill Cove Library, or is that associated with the current? And I guess I'm just trying to understand how we're spending this much money on a library that doesn't exist yet, or are we spending this much money on a library that we already have, knowing that there's a future library in place?
So this is earmarked for the Mill Cove project, the Mill Cove Library, as part of the terminal.
Okay, so this is for the future Mill Cove Library?
Yes, yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So the existing library that we have in Bedford, that's not part of this
at all.
At all.
Okay, perfect. That's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hartling. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have anything further to bring onto the table. Not that I've done a lot of that today anyway, but I just want to take this opportunity, looking at the heavy, large, influential hitters that we have in our midst today. I want to acknowledge the work that you're doing and have done. This is not an easy time for you, I know, because you've done everything that you can for council the way we said it, and then now we are coming back and we have to slice and dice it. So I just want to acknowledge that I certainly appreciate each and every one of you for the work that you continue to do in this municipality. We have to have leaders like you that can bring us to this point. So before we went any further, and I know I have to leave a little early today, I just want to acknowledge that for you. I can't see everyone here, but just know that you're appreciated. Thank you. All of them.
Thank you, Councillor Kent. So in terms of the current, the 26-27, there are no other speakers on the list. Is it the wish of council that, nope. Councillor Steele. I was just going to say, do we want to go to a voting on the first two, but Councillor Steele.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I do have a few questions around the road safety improvement, and that's F5. And the page with the detailed plan is F6. And this is 26-27, Chair. So I'm just looking at the new traffic signals, new crosswalks with pedestrian activated beacons, existing crosswalk upgrades to RRFBs. I know that in the course of last year there was some discussion. I can think of one street, but maybe it's the same for other districts as well, where there was a rectangular rapid flashing beacon, I think on order and maybe even in stock, but not yet put in place. So I guess what I'm wondering is, are there other installations planned that are not shown here in this capital budget? I'll give the example of one of the streets. It was Barkton Lane, for example, in District 12. So just curious about that.
Through Madam Chair to the councillor, so there are some locations that are still in progress for current fiscal. So our maintenance team and our contractors are still working to complete the installations that were identified with the previous budget. The locations that are shown in the sub sheet for the upcoming year, those are the ones that we have scoped and identified and planned out. We do have some equipment that has been ordered that we don't have a location for yet. So there is the potential for the odd one here and there that aren't yet identified that could potentially be installed.
Okay. And I have a follow-on, more global question. Thank you, Roddy, for that answer. That's reassuring. My global question is, it seems like we're saying that our average annual spending over the last 3 years was $4.8 million. It looks like we're planning to complete work of 6.6 in the next fiscal year, but yet there is the perception out there that we aren't investing as much in road safety, particularly in crosswalks that have RRFBs or other pedestrian signaling devices. So can you comment on that? Because I think our public are very interested in ensuring that we are making investments in vulnerable road user safety, given some of the statistics that we are seeing in HRM about vehicles, pedestrian accidents.
Through Madam Chair to the councillor. So yes, we are continuing to invest in those areas. There are a couple of programs that began primarily kind of last year, the high visibility crosswalk marking program. So that's a new program. We continue to roll that out. We do that on standalone But we've also operationalized that. So whenever there's a recapitalization, like a paving project, if an existing crosswalk at a signalized intersection is the old twin parallel line, the standard now is to go back and do the high visibility marking. So that's operationalized. Plus we have identified funding to kind of move forward with standalone contracts to do that. The crosswalk upgrades and whatnot. So again, those are known locations that have been identified. So we are putting budget towards that. There are projects that are kind of underway, again, in the queue, waiting for the contractor to get to, that were identified last year. And those are some changes from some locations where the overhead, the RA5s with the overhead sign and the flashers maybe aren't performing the way we'd like. So we're looking to convert them to half signals. And so that's, some money being put towards that to actually retrofit an existing situation to make it safer for pedestrians and vulnerable users.
Do I have any more time, Chair? Just so we are not reducing our investment in some of these areas. Roddy, is that factually correct?
Through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor. So no, we're not reducing the investment. We're some of it is being shifted over to our maintenance. So some work is getting done under maintenance in order to get some of those improvements done. Smaller scale items. We've done some work with minor traffic signal adjustments, that small amounts of money that can get covered under a different capital account that's essentially focused on like traffic signal equipment. So we'll use that along with maintenance work to do those.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Steele. Councillor White?
Thank you, Chair. I had zero intentions of bringing any overs today, but I made a mistake earlier when we talked about the communications motion for road safety that we had a good debate on. I want to remember correctly for you. November 18th. In that motion, I had asked for, OCOMSOT, I had staff report on the plan for designing the campaign and funding required in time for the 26-27 budget. But so I anticipated it coming to our bell, but I didn't have that wording correct. So I've got a motion today to ask for that to be on our bell. Krista, you have that? It's on the screen now.
So the motion is now on the screen.
Yeah.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Morse? Please continue, Councillor White.
Here I am. Yes. To refresh on that conversation, so it was a part of our road safety plan. We got the communications, we got education, enforcement, and engineering. So this is of the education piece. Looking for a communications plan that is evidence-based and will make a difference on some of the poor culture we seem to have on our roads. That's what I'm trying to do here, is bring some positivity to it. And we also had some conversation around the table about what's the best way to do that. So looking for staff to respond to that whole conversation and come back with their best suggestions for what to do and include it as a bell. Over. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor White. Councillor Hartling.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I wasn't a part of the original discussion, so this is all brand new to me. Is the communication supposed to be to inform drivers, or is it supposed to be to inform who is it that we are trying to educate? And what are we trying to educate, like road safety? Can you just help me understand like what it is that we're trying to?
I'm going to read the motion that I had last time. That's helpful. That the council direct the CAO to develop a positive HRM road safety messaging campaign evolving from the lessons learned during the Heads Up Halifax campaign and taking inspiration from leading Vision Zero municipalities across North America. The campaign shall use images of local real-world examples depicting all road users that will encourage changing behaviors that have the most impact on road safety outcomes. Campaign shall address road safety in ways that build community and promote a culture of respect among residents.
Okay, now that I know that, I bet you Madam Chair is going to cut me off super fast, but what I would say is that I think that we are at a valuable an opportune moment, because there's been a lot of changes in our roads in the last however many years, and I think that there is a decent amount of confusion about how we're all supposed to function and operate and share the road. I think that this might be a great learning opportunity, so I'll support it as a ballot over. I look forward to hearing more about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to weigh in and say I'll support it as a ballot over. And I must tell you, I don't leave the house, and I walk a fair bit in my community of Clayton Park West. I feel very vulnerable every time I leave the house. I wear lots of bright reflective gear, and so do my dogs. But almost every day I have a situation where I feel unsafe and where my heart rate goes up, and I can tell from my watch when it goes up. But yeah, so I think communication is really important. And as Councillor Hartling said, there's been a lot of changes, and I think not everyone understands the risks that are being taken out there. And I think also we need to educate pedestrians and other people as well. It's both all vulnerable road users as well as drivers. I think there's more education required. I hope that education will make a difference.
Thank you, Councillor Steele. Deputy Mayor Cuddle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've been reluctant to support overs so far, but I agree that this is an opportune time to address this issue. And not only is it an issue I hear a lot about from residents on rural roads, on urban roads, all across my district. It's also something we've identified in our strategic priorities under the Moving Better priority. And it's about getting to Vision Zero. It's about improving pedestrian, encouraging and improving ways of walking, rolling, and riding around our city in a way that's safe, in a way that people feel comfortable. And there's been a rise, from what I'm hearing, there's been a rise in aggression towards pedestrians and cyclists lately. So that's the opportunity here, but it's also a priority. So I think this program, we used to have a program, we cut it because it wasn't effective. This is about bringing something back that we once had and modernizing it and doing it in a way that kind of speaks to current times. So I do support this. I think it's important. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Cuddle. Councillor Purdy.
Thank you. Yeah, I also I will support this to the ballot to see what it looks like, and I know I supported the original motion in November for all the reasons stated already. But I just feel like Councillor Hartling said when we were talking about the garbage, the dumping, the garbage education piece, people don't need education. They're going to do what they're going to do, and I feel like that's kind of I don't know how effective this is going to be. I feel like it's almost, I don't know. People do what they're going to do. So I will support it to the ballot and see what comes back. See how catchy the marketing is going to be on this, and see how I feel then. But I'm skeptical. I don't think we need education. Although I do agree, whoever mentioned the pedestrians, yes, perhaps. So how many times do people just walk across the street? They're not even waiting to see or make eye contact with cars, just make sure that they see them and they stop, and my heart just goes, ah. But anyway, okay. I'll see what comes forward with this one.
Thank you, Councillor Purdy. Councillor Hinch.
Thank you, Chair. I will support this as well. And it's not only the pedestrians, it's the cars, it's the buses, it's all encompassing. We all need to learn to do better when it comes to road safety. So I thank you, Councillor White, for bringing this forward, and I definitely will support it. Thank you.
See no other speakers on the list. Question? Motion is carried. So now back to the, excuse me, the original list, and Councillor Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at CR 200001, active transportation. I just have a question for the active transportation team on the 55,600,000 external funding. Does that also, is that any part of the AAA bike lane funding, or is that separate altogether?
Good afternoon, Roddy McIntyre, Director of Traffic and Parking Management. Through you, Madam Chair, to the Councillor. Quick answer is no. So the AAA funding is under a different account.
Okay, so does that include the Lucasville multi-use pathway design in that funding?
Through you, Madam Chair, to the Councillor. So if you look at the detail in the subsheet, there is an item identified for the Lucasville Greenway for design work, yes.
Yeah, it's just that it had no cost beside it. That's why I asked.
There's multiple items in that
Okay.
section, so yes. Yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I'm just waiting to see if there are names on the list. We have Councillor Purdy.
Well, I know we were almost there. Councillor Young, you triggered a memory. I have my notes on all different pages, so this I missed this one, but it was written down. I want to ask for an under for the BAL. Don't shoot me. To lengthen the AAA bike network goalpost for this year, so we don't do as many projects this year as our capital budget has. That we about under on the implications of not doing as much as the capital budget is showing. So extending out the completion date further. Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Young. Deadline.
The motion is on the screen there, Councillor Purdy. Is that what you would like it to read as?
I guess so. I guess I'm wanting it to impact the just for the 26-27 budget. If we can reduce the amount of projects for this year to reduce the impact on the tax. Is that correct, Sherry?
So I think that, yeah, I think that motion works.
Okay, let's see how it goes. We probably don't have to debate it because we've already. I don't think we need to. I think everyone already knows how they feel.
Thank you, Councillor Purdy. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm not clear on what this motion means. You know, which projects we're looking at, what, you know, we're going to extend them. What does that mean then? Some projects just go into next year. Obviously, the briefing note would hopefully answer that, but there's a lot of questions that I have here. So anyhow, I just put up a big question mark. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancini. Councillor Kent.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question around the active transportation item on E3. I think this
so,
is...
Councillor Kent, we're...
I did it again?
Yes.
Oh, dang.
Thank you, Councillor Kent. Councillor White.
Thank you, Chair. I got an email the other day that I'm gonna read. Try to not say who it is. Someone who's lived in my district for a decade, doesn't have a car, tried biking in 2017, tried to bike as a faster way to get to and from work and school. This was before the establishment of bike lane barriers on most, if any, streets in HRM. The cost-effective bike lane on Water Street at the time that I attempted to traverse to get to my job was a painted line on the street. One skinny little 20-year-old girl on her bike, nothing physically standing between her and the container truck from the port or cranky commuters in SUVs. After about a month and a half that spring of struggling around street parking along curbs in the South End, one particularly harrowing rush hour ride across the peninsula along Water Street to work left me so shaken and scared for my life that at the end of my shift, I walked the bike home along the sidewalk and sold it 6 months later. While my personal commuting needs have changed since then, this was a very formative experience, and the establishment of more and more protected bike lanes has been a relief to see. I've considered in the last 2 years whether or not I should get an e-bike or an e-scooter for greater flexibility and mobility beyond the core peninsula in my main commute. But the lack of a full connectivity between sections of protected bike lanes as a true network, or the possibility of bike lane backlash, could see the current protection removed or not replaced at the end of life, has been my one source of serious hesitation on trying to bike again. I think I got it there. So it's just, we need to build this. People are not going to use it until it's full. Let's keep going. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor White. Councillor Purdy.
It's great. We don't have much to work with here. Just trying to impact the tax in some way possible. And it's not to eliminate the network. It's to just continue to go at a slower pace because it's really impacting our capital budget each year till it's done. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Purdy. There are no other names on the list. Question?
We have just a moment. There's a question between legal and finance on the wording.
Okay. So we're just getting some clarification on the wording and the motion. So members of council? Our CAO has a comment or two.
No, I thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to confirm our interpretation of the motion. So it's wide open. So I think what I'm hearing is you want staff to go away and just pick some projects so to 26, 27 and move them to the right, or move work to the right. And then also
any implications to the 4 and 5 year program that result from that would automatically happen. That's what we would do. And essentially, we would just pick some scenarios, I guess, is what I'm thinking. As long as that's okay with council, we can work with that.
Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So because of the very broad nature of this, it seems to take into account the ones that we voted on just recently. So it's hard to tell based on the wording, but could this be considered a rescission? Because essentially what we're doing now is undoing votes that we just did on projects. Because council said, we looked at the bike lanes, we took 3, said we can't do this. So essentially what we did was, by implication, all of them just passed by votes of council or by votes of budget committee.
Well, this is just for a briefing note. There's no decision at the moment. So if you did decide as a result of the briefing note to make changes, then we'd have to look and see, well, have we already tied our hands? And then it's just a 2/3 vote. But I mean, hey, council can change its mind on the budget right up until the final end of it, right?
Yeah. So you earned your lawyerly cred today, John.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cleary. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can someone just remind me or help me understand? So we did approve those 3 projects that Councillor Cleary talked about. Are those the only 3 bike-related significant projects for 26-27, or are there more than that? Do you have a rough estimate, Brad, please?
Please turn to page E26 in your hymnals. E26.
It's been a while since you've been in the hymn book, my friend. Yeah.
Bingo. Yeah. All right.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
So essentially, while you're reviewing that list, I mean, basically the way the motion's worded, we would just go down and use a different set of criteria and then look at what we could move to the right, without not too much trouble. But then I just want you to understand, as you see, if you look on page E25 in your hymnal, if my eyes are not fooling me, you'll see there's a very aggressive, as you know, 5-year program. So there could be some knock-on impacts, and we'll highlight those as well. So
I guess just to follow up on the time I have available, thank you for that. That's very helpful. I guess, do you have enough information, because it's so broad? I mean, how would you even start or decide which one you would push out? Or you don't know? Yeah. Well, feel free. I mean,
So typically in that scenario, we'll develop a set of criteria, right?
You'll develop a set of criteria.
To get you a report back to say, okay, here's the criteria we used in trying to meet the goal of extending the timeline.
Okay.
Certainly what appears to be clear is that this motion is trying to decrease the new ask of 3.37 million. It's right, and it's trying to decrease that amount and push it to the right. So that's clear.
Yeah. And this last few seconds here, then once we finish this exercise of 26-27, then we're going to move on to the next year. So does that mean another motion is going to come forward and say, well, move that out to another year? Anyhow, I understand this is helpful, Brad. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancini. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it is 3.37 million, but 2.394 of that is actually not our money. It's external. So it's actually only 976,000 of HRM money. A, I'm hoping this motion fails. B, if it passes, I'm assuming we would only look at the 976 because the others we're not paying for. It's being paid by the province and the feds. And so that has no impact on our budget unless there has to be a ratio every year. And I don't know how the program works. So, again, stepping over dollars to pick up pennies when we're potentially throwing away external funding on this particular year. The vast majority, it's over 2/3, three quarters, is being paid for by some other level of government.
Great question, Councillor Cleary. That'll be part of the criteria that we use to assess and bring back. We have till 2028 to spend the money, so it's this exercise is still achievable without jeopardizing the ICIP money.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cleary. Councillor Hartling.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'll tell you my problem with deferring is that our upcoming year for 27 and 28 doesn't look any better than the year that we're in. So while I appreciate the idea of us trying to find savings this year, I don't view it as a savings if it's just savings that we're going to have to, if it's just a cost in a future that we also can't afford. Do you know what I mean? So I really, really struggle with the idea of simply just deferring. I don't know that that's a value, like the most valuable way that we can talk about this. So I won't be supporting it because even regardless of the value add of having a more completed network, I'm not confident that I can get behind the idea of just deferring as though it's somehow going to get cheaper when everything that we defer gets more expensive.
Thank you, Councillor Hartling. Councillor Purdy.
Well, thank you. I mean, this is part of the work, I guess. We're told we need to do trade-offs. We're told we need to look at projects. Capital is where we're at right now. So my hope was when we get to talking about years 2 to 4, we can tackle this as well and look at extending the deadline. Like that was one of the ways that we can help manage the huge pressure on us financially, is to maybe, it was in several of our reports, not to have such deadlines that are so soon, but to extend it over a longer period. So that was kind of my intention here. And since we're only dealing with 26, 27, that's for this coming year only. But I mean, we approve everything and we don't want to go back and pivot on anything. So I don't know how we'll ever make any changes because we're just not willing. So anyway, it's for a briefing note for the implications to be given to us at the end of this budget season. And if it doesn't pass, it doesn't pass. But it's an attempt.
Thank you, Councillor Purdy. Question? Oops. Ooh, the motion fails. Okay, we're repopulating, hopefully a blank list. So, oh, Councillor Kent. What?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I heard someone say they voted wrong. You can change your vote if you wish.
Excuse me, Councillor Hartling? Councillor Hartling, were you wanting to make a change to your vote? What did I hear?
I would like to change my vote to a yes. Sorry, I voted.
Or was it supposed to be a yes? That's a different thing.
Did you press the wrong button or?
Yeah, I misunderstood the intent of the thing.
So a tie vote still fails. Okay. I just got the legal answer here, so So based on that, then the yeses are 8 and the no is 7, and the motion passes. Sorry. Okay. We are back on the main motion.
I don't know if it's a point of order or point of privilege.
We'll indulge both, Councillor Curry.
So this is a hard one because Councillor Hartling, in her statements to council, said she could not support the motion and voted in accordance with that. And after the vote count, used the word, I want to change my vote. So I don't know how we deal with this, but this isn't I pressed the wrong button. She actually said in her statements, in the record, I cannot support the motion. So I find this a very difficult one to deal with. It's because if she had said during her remarks, I like it what you're doing, I'm going to vote for that, hit the wrong button, and then said, oh yeah, it's recorded incorrectly. But her words on the record were, I cannot support the motion. So this is not a misunderstanding or a misfiring of a finger on a button. This was a literal, I want to change my vote after the fact.
So I think we'll allow Councillor Hartling to speak to this.
Yeah, I apologize. My intention in saying what I did was that I am very scared generally when it comes to budgets with us constantly deferring. And so I do, everybody knows that, anybody who has ever heard my elevator speech about how I deal with budgets, is that simply deferring is not a strategy. Listening to Councillor Purdy's remarks following made me change my mind. And I think in that moment I made a mistake. I will accept if you will not let me change my vote, however. I think that both are fine. And I do apologize. I did not mean to create, you know what I mean, tension in this council. That was not my intention at all.
One moment, please. So, I would like to be able to speak to this point of order or whatever. So having, listened to Councillor Hartling, yes, in her statement said she wouldn't support it, but then said after listening to the rest of the conversation, changed her mind. And so I would say that the vote holds at the 8-7, and so that the amendment passes. Councillor Purdy, you have another point of order?
No, I was just going to say that's the whole point of debate, is that you can change your mind after you make statements. And then, anyway, thank you. That's all.
Okay. So now we are back on the main motion with its amendments. And so the request, and not to put pressure on any member of council, but if you feel like you've done all of the questions for 26-27, if you would like to proceed with voting on item 1 and item 2, but David Hensby is pressed in. Okay.
Well, thank God I'm not asking about Ross Road this year. I'm happy to see the progress is finally coming forward in that. Good to see it in the books and hopefully be done before I leave these chambers in 3 years' time. But on page E45, the 207 environmental permits and design and consulting, the 207 highway from Ross Road to Minesville Road was supposed to be paved with new wider shoulders and everything else. It started 4 years ago. We got 1 year done. The last couple of years has been deferred because of the need for environmental permits and stuff, because some parts of the widening may infill little portions of the Bedford, not the Bedford, but the Cole Harbour Basin. So I'd like to know where we're at with this particular 207 project. Will it be in the construction this year, or is it still out into design world and permit request?
Good afternoon, Ann Sherwood, Director of Design and Asset Management. Through you, Madam Chair, to the Councillor. So if you look at page E45, under Capital Account Street Recapitalization, there's a line item under Carry Forward Projects for the Highway 207 design project, which is intended to identify that it's still in the design phase. We are working through the complex environmental challenges of the ask for the 207, because it is surrounded by so many complex environmental things. So it is still in design this year. And in order to meet the sort of corporate request that we not put money forward unless we are ready to spend it at construction, we did not feel confident that that process would be completed in time to finish and complete construction in 26-27. So we did not ask for construction funding in this year.
So how close are we with environmental permit designs? You know, is this now going into the third year of redesign?
I don't know that it's a third year of redesign. It's still going through the process, and we're trying to maximize our potential for the road bed and mitigate our impact to the local environment. So they're trying to best fit it right now.
Okay.
So the intent is still aiming for construction in next year, pending what the design and what the permitting will be. Getting permitting has been a little challenging lately. It's taking a little bit longer than it has been historically. So I wouldn't want to, commit today because I'm unsure. It's out of my control explicitly, but that is the intent, is to finish the design work this year and move to construction.
And the outstanding permits, is it provincial environment or is it the federal DFO?
It's often both. The water permit is the provincial piece, and if we are impacting a fishery of any kind or an area where fish spawn, it triggers the federal permitting. And I would expect that along the corridor somewhere, we're probably into both.
Okay. Now a little further down the road.
You're out of time. Councillor Hensby, would you like to come back?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Excellent. Councillor Kent. And I apologize, Councillor Kent, did I miss you in the previous list?
Yeah, I think you did because I interrupted Councillor Purdy's motion again. It was my fault. It was my fault. It's all good. It's all good. I'm more patient than I used to be. So I have a question around the active transportation piece. The list that we see on E4, I assume is it is the detailed project list for this year, and but I don't, and for the next 3 years, but I don't see it, or 4 even, I think. Yeah, 4 years. Where does the Woodside East Shearwater to Dartmouth Harbourfront Trail piece fit in there? I think Roddy just left the room. I'm not sure if Lucas can speak to it. Is it because we haven't come to council yet? Or is it like it's missing out of, it's been on the table for the last 4 years, been working on it, and they're getting really close. So I'm surprised not to see something. But if it's not approved by council yet, maybe that's why. No.
Good
Shearwater
afternoon. Shearwater
active
connector?
transportation. No. Shearwater Active Transportation Corridor from Shearwater to
Oh, yes.
Dartmouth Harbourfront Trails.
Right. Madam Chair, through to the councillor, I will do my best to answer the question on behalf of my colleague who's left the room.
Yeah.
So forgive me, any errors are mine and not theirs. My expectation would be that the project is not, as I alluded to Councillor Hensby on his previous question, that the project is not quite ready for construction at the moment. It is still working through design of some respect. Unfortunately, I don't up to speed on exactly where in the process it is, but if it's not ready to go here, if it wasn't ready to go, it wouldn't be in the book for this year.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So I guess I'm just putting a period on it. It's like, can we get that going?
And
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah,
but
and so
I
we
kinda
can
feel like we've been hearing that for the last 4 years.
Yeah,
It did get dropped off the rails, I think, when David, what's that? McIsaac, when Dave left, has been seconded somewhere else. So I just don't want to see it sit there again.
Would it be okay with the councillor if we had staff follow up with you separately on that?
Yes, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kent. Deputy, I'm just going through the list. So, Councillor Hensby?
Thank you very much, and you left too quickly. In regards to AET projects, further down the road on the 207 highway, the province is looking at realigning the highway from the McDonald House to to Lawrencetown Beach, a project which I initiated about 7 years ago, and the province is finally getting on with it, and they got federal funding for it as well. But we have an opportunity to cost share with a small enhancement to that section of the 207 highway of paving the shoulders for a wider paved shoulders in the roadway. And then behind the guardrail, one section, we're looking at having a crushed earth path for a walking path to connect the beach to McDonald House parking lot. So I was kind of wondering, have we been asked yet for a municipal contribution towards that enhancement? It's something that David McIsaac and I have been working on in the past, but like he's now gone seconded, so I wasn't sure where the status of that project is.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through to the councillor. Just confirming with a head shake with my colleagues in the back. My understanding is that we haven't been asked yet by the province for a contribution on that project. We are in discussions on the project at Lawrencetown to update on schedule and scope and all that good things, but to my knowledge, we haven't been approached at the moment for contribution.
And if we do get approached, where would the money come from? Out of the miscellaneous characteristics category somewhere? Or?
It would presumably come from the active transportation account, if that fit within the boundaries of what that account is for. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hensby. Deputy Mayor Cuddle.
Thank you. Another construction project, road construction project question. I thought, well, we had you here, we might as well keep going. One of the projects that I've been looking for, since we're talking about projects that aren't in the budget book, but perhaps there's an update, and I know we've spoken about this before, but Purcell's Cove Road between Ocean View Drive and Ferguson's Cove Road is waiting for a recap. We've done the section on either side of it. That section in the middle is on hold because there's some stormwater drainage requirement there, and I know the cost of doing that work isn't getting any cheaper year by year. Just wondering if that is something we can expect to see on a near future list.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through to the councillor. We are getting some preliminary results on that work. As you alluded to, the cost to upgrade the Purcell's Cove Road for everything that we would like to do to it is quite expensive. So we're now looking at within the request of council and finance to sort of balance what we're working on, what we should do in the short term and what we should do in the longer term. And, do we need to take some intervention now to keep the road in good shape while we look to see what a future larger scope would look like and if there are any funding opportunities, because it would be a fairly substantial project. Those, country roads tend to need a fair bit of work to come up to a newer standard. So that's sort of where we are now. We can reach out to you separately for a more detailed project update if you'd like.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I mean, my problem with recapping it without doing the stormwater work is that it feels like it's throwing good money after bad when we continue to have the ice buildup and ice flow and flooding issues there. Like it just doesn't, I just don't see how that makes sense. And as well as looking at ways of adding in some pedestrian, either paved shoulders or pedestrian infrastructure through there where you have kind of the village center. So yeah, I look forward to having a ongoing conversation with you about that work. But it's you know, in the wintertime, it is a danger. It's treacherous, and it is in the, you know, we are paying urban taxes out that way. So even though it was a former county road, it is a municipal road, and it is in the urban service tax boundary.
Councillor, we are looking at some interim drainage work to try to mitigate some of the more serious drainage concerns on that section of road, but a full, you know, substantial change in the cross section from a rural cross section to a more urbanized one would be quite extensive and would be several years out. So the intent to recap it now is to sort of, you know, paint the shingles before they rot and fall off. It's sort of that intent, while we can look for funding and get it prioritized. But we can talk details. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Cuddle. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going back to roads myself. I don't see anything on here. Is there any particular recapitalization for Hammers Plains Road? I don't see it, but is there anything on the horizon for that road?
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you to the councillor. We don't have any specific plans to do work on Hammond's Plains Road this year.
So there's nothing aligned at all in the budget for Hammers Plains Road?
For this year for paving, no.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Young. I'm waiting a moment, because every time I say we're close, somebody buzzes in. So are we ready to call the question on? So what we will be voting on is the number 1 and number 2 with the amendments so far. Madam Clerk? Question has been called. Madam Clerk, we have a question of clarification from Councillor White.
I just want to clarify that if there's things we've missed, we can still keep going on capital as we proceed with this. Right. Thank you. Yep. Yep.
So our motion with 1 and 2, and so far the amendments are on your screen, and the question has been called, and that's what we will be voting on. And the motion passes. Thank you all very much, and thank you for allowing this little change. So I think we'll take an afternoon break now, and we will come back at 25 to 3. Thank you all. Excuse me, and when we come back, we'll be looking at item 3 on our list. And so if you want to buzz in, we'll get you all populated. If any counselors are in earshot and they could come and resume their seats, that would be great. So welcome back from the afternoon break, everyone. And we are back on the main motion, item 3, which is about future plans. And so Mayor Fillmore.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And as we turn our minds now to the out years, I do have some pretty significant concerns about our multi-year capital budget, and based on what I've heard from staff and in our discussion on Wednesday and today, many of those concerns have been confirmed. So I'll begin by saying several of the cost pressures that we face now over the longer term, looking into the future, stem from decisions made during a very different financial period, stronger financial times. And that context matters because that's no longer the reality that we're operating in today. Residents, as we know, are under real financial pressure, rising utility bills, a double-digit property tax increase is very possible, a provincial deficit hovering at around 1.4 billion, a federal deficit of around 78 billion. I don't raise these figures for effect, but to really kind of help us to ground our decisions here in the broader fiscal reality that exists outside the chamber. We've recently heard that the province's credit rating has been downgraded as well. I'm concerned this will also impact the availability of borrowable funds and wondering about what the impacts might be on the interest rate at which we and other municipalities borrow. I'm going to come to a motion, but I do just want to insert that quick question if I could, if staff have a sense on what the change in the province's credit rating being downgraded, what that might mean in terms of our ability to borrow or at the rate at which we borrow, the availability of funds and so forth. If there's any opinion there, just briefly. Oh, to Jerry. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Just waiting for my mic to come on. I thought that question might come up. So, I mean, overall, I don't think it's anything to worry about right now. The province, we do, the province, in essence, issues our debt through provincial debentures, and that debt is guaranteed by the province. So, I think they went from a AA+ rating to a AA- rating. So they're still in the A's, but I think it's a reflection of the spending and the deficits that are projected, or the current deficit and what's projected to come forward. In this year's budget. So I don't think it will impact our ability to borrow. In terms of interest rates, you know, we're definitely seeing sort of a leveling out of the prime rate. So I still think that you know, we're going to be in a better position to borrow in terms of what our debt servicing costs are going to be based on the decline in interest rates over what we've been borrowing at over the last 5 years.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
There, thank you. So yeah, I'm going to come to my motion, but I just wanted to be clear that the change in the rate, the credit rating of the province, doesn't change the interest rate at which we borrow from them, and therefore send a ripple through that graph on slide 14. So that sounds like the answer is no. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Then I'll carry on and come to the motion with the. Well, I'll also mention, so speaking of graph 14, that precipitous rise is extremely concerning, as is the $1.2 billion shortfall in the proposed capital over years 2 and 4. So with the help of finance staff, I've been further refining the motion that I circulated to colleagues yesterday, I believe it was, which would give initial direction to staff for years 2 to 4. I'd welcome further refinements from colleagues if you desire, but I believe as is, it's going to give staff the necessary and specific direction to prioritize fixing what we have, and importantly, ensuring that we remain within our established debt ceiling of 12% of operating. So, Madam Chair, I therefore move that the Committee of the Whole on Budget amend Recommendation 3 to provide staff the following direction. 1, prioritize capital investment projects that maintain the safety, reliability, and condition of existing assets. And 2, recalibrates the pace and scope of growth-related capital projects and service expansion projects that keep debt targets below 12% debt-to-service ratio for the next 10-year period.
Seconded by Councillor Purdy.
Thank you. Then, colleagues, the choices that we make in this capital budget are going to have long-term impacts on residents and even future councils, as we've lived and learned ourselves about our previous council's decisions. So this is an opportunity to begin to prioritize affordability in a deep way by focusing first on maintaining what we already have, fixing roads, improving transit service, and ensuring core infrastructure is safe and reliable before we expand into higher cost initiatives. It also means stabilizing debt servicing costs, which are projected to reach moderate risk in 6 years and high risk within 10 years. This motion is about affordability, and it's about the scale and sequencing of growth-related projects, not about specific projects. It directs staff to focus on maintaining existing assets and to show how modifying the timing or scaling of growth-related capital projects could keep debt servicing below 12%. In other words, how to flatten that debt curve that we see on slide 14. This would give Council clearer, more realistic information about the pace of capital growth, how it aligns with our funding capacity and with taxpayer affordability. It's a tangible way we can transform the budget, the Budget Committee's discussions about fiscal sustainability into a stronger foundation for future capital years and future capital plans. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Could I ask our CFO in regards to, in the past, twice this municipality has adjusted its debt ratio, and we took advantage of low interest rates and also external funding opportunities. We're kind of in that same boat again in regards to low interest rates, and we don't know what's going to happen to the federal and provincial governments with their austerity measures and future budgets, but they're talking about Build Canada funds and everything else like that. You know, there's going to be investments in Canada, and hopefully the province will be doing the same thing with their record deficits and stuff. So should we not be taking advantage of these opportunities when they're available to us? Because if we hold our debt ratio down below 12%, well, I think we're allowed under the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities or the provincial guidelines, we're allowed up to 15%. So we're below the threshold now. So I'm just kind of curious, are we, biting off our nose despite our face regards to situations of should we take advantage of these opportunities now to build the infrastructure we need? Because if we wait in the future, it's going to cost us more.
Our CFO.
So first of all, we always take advantage of the best price point we can when going for debt. And there was even, I think, a couple of years ago where we didn't take a debenture. We were able to push it out. The capital plan that's in front of you, right? It is, does have the funding streams in there for external cost share and debt. So, where we're heading to in debt, and I don't know if anybody remembers Crystal's slide, but we are heading towards 20% debt in Crystal, correct me if I'm wrong, it's 2036. So what we're trying to show is we're trying to show the runway, right? What do we know? We know we have aging infrastructure. We got big projects on the books, right? There's things that we want to do, especially in investments around transportation, BRT. What we're really trying to do is set the goalposts on debt, and certainly we hope, and it is our hope, and I think the mayor's motion is good to help us get there, is that we can look at how our future decisions fit in to our debt capacity, right? And you're right, we can go up to 15%, and I want to be clear, these are guidelines. However, I have had discussions in the past couple of weeks with our municipal advisor, and the rule is that he said when municipalities get 15% and above, that's a caution, right? So when you look at the way debt servicing costs are projected, not just the bundle of debt, but the debt servicing costs, we're at 45 million now. We're headed into $200 million a year, right? If you look at the province, right, their debt servicing a year is almost the same as our budget. It's almost $1 billion a year. Their debt servicing costs. Ours are going to be headed towards $200 billion, and that's pushing the debt out. So, I guess in terms of your question, yeah, we're taking advantage of the best interest rates we can. Our options are limited, right? But we're also trying to take advantage of a longer term debt. Typically in the past, we always went with 10-year debt. We're going now more towards a 20-year where we can on longer term assets. I hope that helps answer your question.
Thank you, Councillor Hensby. Councillor Hartling.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think that this is for you, Jerry. I'd just like to understand a little bit more the 12%. I know that Councillor Hensby asked a lot of great questions. I'm just wondering how much sense does that 12% make, knowing that we face extraordinary construction inflation year over year? If I look at, the cost of a $10 million building last year, how many more millions would it cost us this year? I'm just wondering where debt servicing and interest, how that is that part of the calculus that you do when you're thinking about how much debt we should safely take on, the cost of, or the current status and appearing ongoing status of construction inflation vis-a-vis the cost of debt servicing. I'm just wondering if that's considered at all, because it weighs on my mind. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask Crystal to jump in, or Dave if there's anything that I miss out on. So every year when we bring forward the 4-year capital plan, we always adjust our assumptions around debt and our debt funding, right? So every year that when we come forward, right, projects that are in design phase are moving forward. As they get through design phase, getting ready to go construction, those estimates change year over year. So within the amount of debt that we have to take on those projects, we have to adjust those debt amounts to fund the project.
If I could position my question differently, because I can tell I didn't ask it right. We have, because of COVID, we've looked at construction inflation numbers, sometimes like 30% year over year. That's extraordinary. That by far and away exceeds interest. So I'm just wondering if that magic 12% that we have landed on, whether we think about the cost of construction inflation, while we get to that 12%. Do you understand my question? Perfect. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you for the question through the chair to the councillor. So to Councillor Hensby's point, where the provincial indicator shows the highest risk of financial health at the 15% point, why we have recommended using 12% instead is just to that exact point. We want to leave ourselves a little bit of contingency because we know over the next few years there's always between inflation, as we've heard from project managers, the cost estimates on projects that are out a couple of years aren't, they might be Class D or Class C. We don't know the exact number. The amount, just so everyone's clear, the projects, now that we've approved 2026, 27 projects, the debt that we've approved on projects currently in flight from past fiscal years that aren't complete yet, plus the ones that are in motion as of 26, 27, because we do not take the debenture and start repaying debt until a year after a project is complete, what we've already approved and that's in motion is already putting us in the out years. We're at 10% now. So that's why when we take a look at years 2, 3, and 4, currently when staff put together the capital plan for those 3 years based on the direction of what council has asked for that you want implemented, we're at double the amount of what we can financially deliver. We're asking for a ceiling of 12% to maintain that over the longer term, because capital plans, capital projects aren't something that you can pivot year to year. It's a longer runway. So you have to think of the longer term. So we want to maintain it at 12%, just so that we have a bit of contingency room, so that when those projects that are in motion are close to being put into play and they firm up their cost estimates, that we do have a bit of wiggle room.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hartling. I see Dave coming up, so.
Good afternoon, Dave Harley, Director of Financial Management and Operations. One thing I just wanted to speak to in relation to, as we're starting to talk about debt and our future debt servicing costs, if you think back to what we did over the summer, we passed our reserve strategy, and that one had quite a bit of work involved in terms of looking at our future debt, our debt servicing costs, and having reserve funds in place to help mitigate those costs. So part of that, what we did was we took some of the money, especially around our D-transfer tax, and capped that when pushing that money into the reserve, specifically our SI capital reserve. The intent of that is to have those funds there available so that when those debt servicing costs come online for those SI projects, we have reserve funds in place to capture or to offset a lot of those debt servicing costs, keep the tax rate down for as long as possible. So the intent behind going with 20-year debt as opposed to 10-year debt is you minimize those debt servicing costs. This is to try and, the intent of having those reserve funds is to further minimize those debt servicing costs year over year so that you don't have those big spikes when you have all this debt that you have. So it's all part of our strategy. It's all intertwined. And there's work that's going on. As we said, the council passed that reserve policy over the summer. So we have that built into our budget this year. All parts of strategies to mitigate those impacts.
Thank you, Dave. Councillor Purdy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just thank you for putting us, for getting us aligned to get back into fiscal I want to say responsibility, but health, I guess. So we're not putting our residents at risk with higher and higher tax bills year after year, and the debt servicing costs are, from what your report showed us, is a bit staggering and a bit unbelievable. So I'm very happy to support this. And Madam Chair, is this the time to ask questions about years 2 to 4 and some of the things that we see in the list? Because
the motion as it stands.
Okay, so once this motion is voted on, then I can bring forward
Yes.
questions. Okay, great. Very happy to support this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Purdy. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. In regards to the last question that Dave just answered in regards to the debt ratios and stuff, I'm kind of curious, are we aligning our debt with the life cycle of the asset itself? So if roads are what, 10 to 15 years at most? And our buildings are what, categories 25 to 50? I'm just kind of curious of what lifespan are we putting the debt ratios to?
Through the chair to the councillor, I feel like the CAO. The short answer is yes. So the provincial process that we follow under their financial regulations, they set a standard of asset life for each asset category. For example, buildings would be 40 years. So, and I believe roads are 10. So we align our debt term to those. We cannot take a debenture term for a shorter period than the life asset life. So for example, that's why say for police vehicles, which have more of a life cycle of 3 to 5 years, we cannot use debt to fund those.
And what about our fire trucks and bus fleets? You know, they should have a longer lifespan.
Through the chair of the councillor, yes.
And in the offsetting market, is there also depreciation rates also set by the province in those assets as well?
Through the chair to the councillor, they're not set by, those ones aren't set by the province, they're set by accounting standards.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hensby. Councillor White.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Mayor Fillmore, for this. My concerns about this are I just feel blind, like I don't know what is being asked. I'm comfortable with this process and where we talk about our projects one by one and we know what we're talking about. I don't know. Can you talk about how this will affect what we just approved right now? Because a lot of these projects going out are building on things that we've started now. So does this go backwards and change what we've just approved for this year? That's kind of one of my concerns. And then how will you align decision making with our strat plan or not? That's another one. And just kind of what Councillor Hartling commented on about delaying can cost more in the end for things we want.
Thank you for the question. So the impact on what we just approved with years 26, 27 to continue on, say for example, a discrete project that has multiple years, say for example, Windsor Street Exchange, it won't impact those projects. So when we put forward the future years in the capital program, if there's projects currently in flight, we continue on with putting those first into the capital program. We start out trying to understand what are our financial constraints and funding availability. So having the direction around how much debt we can utilize, that's very helpful. We also take a look at projects that are contractual obligations. Those go in next. And then we take a look at what's remaining. And as in attachment 3, where we provided you how staff goes through the prioritization evaluations, we take a look at, the those ratings, what's higher risk, what's higher impact to service, and to your point around strategic alignment, which ones are aligned to your strategic priorities. Then we also take a look at where I've said in the past to budget committee.
Can I, since I'm almost out of time?
Yes.
Just with respect to Windsor Street Exchange, for example, there's a second phase that brings us all the strat stuff we wanted with Factor. Like, would that just be gone, or do you consider that part of the Windsor Street Exchange?
Would that be gone? But would that be Windsor Street? Okay.
No, it would not be gone. We have direction from council to proceed with the design of phase 2. If at the end of the day, we look at this 12%, look at the end of the, so let me start with, we have direction here. Just appreciate everybody reads recommendation 3. So the direction is, what we recommend to council is send us away to quote unquote balance years 2 through 4 within debt targets. You'll notice there is no debt target. That just says debt targets. So what the mayor has done is put a debt target there. So that starts to create a financial box for us to work within. All direction from council, which we have on phase 2 and we're working on, will continue to be in play in our planning. If for whatever reason it doesn't fit, we're not going to come back. First of all, we can't cancel without your permission. Second, we'll come back and give you advice to say, okay, we're having struggles with certain pieces and we might have to push it to 13. Or, you know, with any recommendation, with any advice, direction from council, we always come back with alternatives. So that's the first thing. 12 is the goal, is what I'm hearing. If for whatever reason we can't make it fit with all the direction you have in play and all the projects we have in motion, we'll probably come back with an alternative and say, look, council, we advise you or recommend an alternative to move to 14 or maybe 10 or whatever we can do. What I'm trying to convey is we are not going to eliminate projects without, you having full line of sight, especially those where we have very clear direction. The other piece that I'll remind you of, just while I can, just remember that your very big projects, the ones that are causing you the most concern, are creating a lot of this pressure. You're in progressive design builds, okay? You're not in guaranteed full risk shift contracts. In other words, you're not locked in, okay? I'm not suggesting for a second you're gonna pull out of those, but you have off-ramps as you move through these projects.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Councillor
Crystal
White.
and Brad. Thank you.
And I believe our CFO also would like to add some comments.
Yeah, thank you, and yeah, good comments with respect from the CFO or CAO on timing and how those projects move forward. And just to add on to your question on strategic alignment, so although not a council priority, but part of our strategic plan that you approved under responsible government, or was RAO1, preserve and strengthen the municipality's financial position to meet current and future needs and obligations. This motion aligns with that strategic, or not priority, but responsible administration.
Thank you very much. And now Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to build on a little bit what Brad was saying. So when I look at, can you put that back up, the motion? Sorry, I was just about to reference it. In the first point here, prioritize capital investment projects that maintains the safety, reliability, and condition of existing asset. So who's going to come up with that list? Is each business unit going to be submitting theirs, or who decides which projects?
Through the chair to the councillor. As you've seen with what we currently have in front of you, we've gone through and evaluated, where the priority assessments are based on our criteria. If with the direction that's there, we will just continue to scale it back based on what we have in front of us on the ratings to know our best recommendation.
So are you saying we, the finance department, is going to do this?
Staff, project managers, executive.
Okay, good. That's what I was looking for clarification. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Mancini. Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's been stated, but I just want to be clear. So staff, our CFO, are recommending the 12%. So that's okay. And I'll ask again, maybe I'll just ask about Nova Scotia. Other municipalities in Nova Scotia, do we have a sense of where they might be on this? Would they be less than less than we are, more? I'm just curious.
Our CFO would like to give some comments.
Yeah, so I think for the most part, most municipalities are within, the green, yellow zone. I can send you the link to the financial indicators report that's on the provincial website, and you could look through those. But when I looked at, I don't think there's any really, like I said before, I talked, to our municipal advisors, and they keep a close look at that. Anybody's hitting into the higher brackets, they usually do some intervention. But I think CBRM was up in the 20% range on their debt, but they're much higher than us. So as Crystal said, our financial indicator right now is about 5%, but with the debt that's built into the projects that are approved, we're around 10 for sure, right? Once we take that debt out.
Okay, thank you.
If I just might ask our CFO, can you send the link to that site to all of the councillors so that they have it? Great, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Steele. Councillor Hartling.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I don't know that I fully or fundamentally understand this exercise. So we have a known tax rate and we have an established tax ratio. Are we making this calculation based on a flat tax rate? I feel like that's a variable that we haven't solved. So can you help me understand how you plan on mapping out, is there meant to be a tax increase over this, or is it meant to be a flat tax? Do you seem like, I feel like there's a variable that hasn't been accounted for yet.
Through the chair to the councillor, certainly with the more we increase the level of debt that we are incurring that we will have to repay in the future, where the CFO had mentioned that, currently we're paying about $40 million a year in debt repayment, and in the future it'll be over 200 million.
Right.
That will equate to a tax increase. It will be in the future, whereas when we talk about capital renewal funding source, which is what we were saying is our pay as you go funding bucket that's on the annual tax bill that we use for life cycle maintenance. We haven't talked about that, but that is always an immediate difference from year to year. But if we are increasing the level of debt we're taking on, it will be an increase in taxes in the future.
Okay. I'm hoping that at least other people kind of understand the tension that I'm not fully understanding. Is the only way that you're mapping out how, like when we look at, timelining these projects, are you basing it solely off the debt being paid off in 20 years or 10 years, or like I'm just trying to understand a little bit better about how this spreading out will occur without having a defined tax increase. That's my only question. Do you understand what I'm trying to ask?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. So when we do this modeling, we are actually looking at our projected growth that we're seeing that we do in terms of our expenditure growth, and thus our expenditure growth drives our revenue growth that
Right.
we have. So we're basing those future projected revenues on that projected growth that we've kind of modeled out for the next few years to help us understand what that that baseline is to get to what that 12% is. So we're not basing it on just keeping the tax. We're not looking at it specific to what the tax rate is today. We're looking at it based on what we expect our projected revenues to be in those future years.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hartling. Councillor Morse.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, what keeps this exciting is the process changes a bit every year. I think it's great to see the long-range impacts. It's clearer than it's ever been to understand how these things accumulate and over the years and what that means overall. I'm hoping you explain a little. I'm not clear when you go away what you folks are tasked with here. So when we're talking about the growth projects, we are talking about, I believe, all the growth projects listed in attachment 3. Is that right? Is that what is going to be reviewed?
Through the chair to the councillor. I believe what we are tasked to do based on the mayor's motion is that we will have to look at all projects, but we are looking to prioritize first the asset renewal projects as our foundation, and then we will look to the growth within our funding constraints to see how much growth projects we can include within the funding envelope that's available to us, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. So you're going to prioritize all the asset renewal projects in attachment 3 and then figure out your parameters for what's left over as growth projects. Okay. And how does it work on an individual project basis? I still don't quite understand. For example, the Windsor Street Exchange, we have, don't have it in front of me here, but so many millions this year, so many millions the following year, so many millions the third year. So are we just going to do what's in front of us this year and see about the other phases? Is that what we're talking about for the Windsor Street Exchange?
So using that example, typically what we do is Windsor Street is a project that's in motion. When staff puts the dollar amounts in each fiscal year, they allocate it out on what they expect to deliver in project work and what the expected dollars associated with that is. So we leave that in the project first. Anything that's in motion, we're going to leave that and let that utilize funding capacity first. Same with, as I mentioned, with contractual capacity, we put that in there next. It's kind of like when you look at, needs or not, what's the words when we use, yeah, my brain's getting tired. I'm so sorry. But the ones that are in motion, we'll use that, put that in the plan first and say that's going to take a certain amount of financial capacity. We're not going to say it's a new question every year. That project's in motion. We're committed to it. We're going to fund it.
Okay, so we're not going to build half of the Windsor Street Exchange. Correct. Okay. Very good. But I mean, in terms of growth projects, there are over 100.
Councillor Morse, you're out of time. Would you like to come back?
I may come back. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Cuddle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yeah, I'm kind of going to tag along there with Councillor Morse in trying to understand the implications on asset renewal versus growth projects. And I'm going to use an example of one that's kind of dear to District 11, and that would be looking at the Spryfield Lions Rink and the Captain William Spry Centre. both of which were approved for major investment, asset renewal through reconstruction of the pool and major renovations to the Surprise Center, that project's kind of taken a bit of a sidestep in looking at a combined facility. Would that be asset renewal? Would that be growth projects? And how would this approach affect, a situation like that? And I'm sure there's situations like that across the municipality, but, just looking at that one as an example.
Thank you for the question. I don't believe we will go that specifically through renewal and growth project by project, where we still have to have council's direction on ensuring that of each annual budget year of investment, we're going to invest 60 to 80% in renewal versus growth projects. And
Yeah, I appreciate it. You have been on the hot seat there for hours now.
No, that's fine.
I appreciate that, but I mean, it is kind of an important question about how, in looking at this motion and how we proceed forward with it, like really what the implications are around some of these things.
Yeah. The projects listed as a growth project because we're not replacing like for like. It will have greater capacity than what the current facilities have. That being said, we always do scale back and have to look at, as I mentioned before, the capacity to deliver. That does inform a lot of projects on when is the optimal time for us to proceed. Will we be ready? Where is design at? Where is consultation at? Where are we at with procurement and what have you? So that plays into a big factor of when projects are planned as far as timing. I think overall, I know it's overwhelming when you've got a list of 230 projects in front of you overall. In the past couple of years, there's been a few times where councillors have asked us, we see the capital plan in front of us, and yet what is the cost of what's not getting done? And part of what we've done this year by bringing you forward years 2, 3, and 4, that staff hasn't fully balanced just to the funding envelope with targets that we've been using, say, for 26, 27. We had the motion from November saying, come back and tell us what projects aren't currently implemented that we can revisit and see if we want to change the previous direction that council has given. Plus, like I said, councillors have asked in the past, like, what's the cost of what's not getting done or what isn't getting done when we have to defer. Years 2, 3, and 4, when I presented on Wednesday, is showing you that based on if we had everything lining up with unlimited money and the resources that we feel we have in place to deliver, the capital program every year would be, for years 2, 3, and 4, would be double of what years 26, 27, what you approved. Of course, to do that, we're looking at, doubling the funding capacity, which we know council, looking at affordability trade-offs, is not. Staff can go away and go through the process that we typically do every year, and we can use the direction of 70% renewal and 30% growth and funding targets, and we can come back with a recommendation to you. However, based on the November motion, you would ask for the opportunity to revisit projects potentially and see the full impact and see if you want to change any of those.
Right,
So,
it's
you
about,
do
it's about
have that
what-
option.
Right, and what is the process for that? But that kind of just leaves me with a sinking feeling, thinking that we just switched those two projects from asset renewal, renovation, and rehabilitation to a new project that now might just, boot it farther down the road. And so how do we even revisit those past decisions that have now future implications under this new kind of framework? There's a lot of questions still about this. Thank you. I realize my time is up.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Cuddle. You might want to take that offline to figure out where it would fit. Councillor Hartling.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm going to ask this question one more time, and apologies, I'm, clearly not having the best day. And my challenge with this thing, and it's not a challenge, it's just me fundamentally trying to understand if based on the equation and if I understand correctly what you're trying to do, how long it would take for us to get projects done, the timeline that you are working through in terms of how long it'll take to get these projects done would be vastly different if council gave you the direction, we're actually comfortable with a 10% tax increase year over year, compared to we're comfortable with a 2% tax increase year over year. So my question is how are you planning on dealing with the potential of tax increases as you work out that balance? Or is that really just not being factored in at all? Does that make sense? Did I explain that right? Do you understand what I'm trying to ask? No. I can take it offline if what I am asking is too convoluted. I appreciate that.
Through you, Madam
Dave is
Chair.
going to take a stab at that.
So part of the issue when we're talking about this is we're talking about capital programs right now. So capital programs, we're going to do the work now. They're going to come online. The tax implications for those really aren't going to start for 3 to 4 to 5 years, depending on when we actually, when we complete the project, when we go for debt, and then when we have to start repaying that debt. Once that happens, though, at that point in time, we're almost locked into that tax increase. So there's really very little council can do about debt servicing costs when it comes to a tax increase at that point. They're locked in. So regardless of the level of comfort with a 2% or a 10%, if you've brought stuff in that's going to have a 10% increase on taxes, that's what you're going to be locked into. So it's really not something that we can factor in today on, what's your comfort level going to be, or what's the next council's comfort level going to be in 5, 10, 15 years based on that. It is almost the reality of where you are based on the, the capital plan that you approved and the funding strategy that we had in place at that time.
Thank you, Councillor Hartling. I'm just waiting to see. We're good? Okay. Thank you, Councillor Hartling. Councillor White.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to follow up a bit on, Crystal, you mentioned the 70% asset renewal to 30% growth, which I know had a window around it and is how we landed where we are right now. I guess that's my concern a bit. Is that percentage going to shift to be 90% asset renewal and none of our strat stuff? I'm curious on how that's going to shift that number. My other concern is some of the projects, I think similar to what Councillor Cuddle was saying, listed here are listed as growth projects, but they're kind of a combo of renewing a building that exists, but making it better. Like in the case of St. Mary's Boat Club, it needs to be lifted. It's flooding, but it gets an elevator. So that's, and Needham's on here as growth too. These don't feel like growth projects. So that's my two concerns, the balance, and then some things that don't feel like growth to me.
Yeah, thanks for the question through the chair to the counselor. I'm going to start with the second part first. How we approach those with defining through the two different categories, asset renewal versus service growth. Renewal is typically when we take a look at existing functionality of the infrastructure and ensuring that we maintain that. Service growth typically means that you're changing the service capacity. So typically associated with that, you're going to have staff requesting increases also to the operating budget for either more staff, more programming dollars, additional maintenance. Like your service capacity is going to change and grow in some capacity. So there'll be an increase as well to your operating permanently in future years as a result of that capital project deliverable. Whereas asset renewal, you generally the biggest change you'll see in your operating budget is, as in the case of a replacement, you might see a little bit less pressure on your operating budget because, as we've said different times, different staff, you know, just like your car, you keep it to a certain age and then you start paying more for maintenance than you might pay if you just buy a new one. So that's the difference of why we say asset renewal versus service growth. It's a bit of an indicator of what an additional impact to the operating budget's going to be. And I can't remember the first part of your question. Sorry, you said something about
Just the balance. I'll follow up with the particular projects because to me they feel like a bit of both. Like the boat club is flooding. We need to lift it. But anyways, what was I going to say? The other question was about like the 70-30 split between renewal and growth. Is that going to tip? How do we do this without tipping that balance?
Thanks for repeating that. Our direction from council is to keep it within that 60 to 80% window. We will continue to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor White. Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Councillor White, for the question around the balance of 70-30. I wasn't sure with the motion if we were going to be just focusing almost on asset renewal because a lot of the expenditures under the 12% could just be taken with asset renewal. And you know, I totally agree with the mayor. Asset renewal is very, very important. We have to protect the assets that we have. But I am worried about the service growth part, and particularly our strategic priority around moving better. With our with our population growth over the past several years, we really need growth investments in moving better, whether it's the Milko Ferry or whether it's bus rapid transit. So I'm wondering, you know, with this prioritization exercise that we're going to undertake, how are we going to account for that? I'm just curious, like how, because service growth is in some cases a good thing. If we're going to improve Accessibus, if we're going to improve, you know, the reliability of our transit, we may be able to reduce some of our costs eventually on other, you know, in other areas. So I'm curious about that.
Through the chair to the councillor, you're exactly right. And I don't believe through any of this, as I mentioned on Wednesday, everything that's on our capital plan is a worthy project and certainly directed by council to move forward with those items. What we're saying is because council does not want to increase taxes beyond a certain level, we do not have the financial capacity to do everything that we want to do right now.
Okay, so what's the level? That's what I've been trying to have for hours.
Okay, so the the level as far as the 12% debt basically is, let me see how I can, on Wednesday when I had a slide up, let's see.
It's a long day for everyone.
Yeah. I had a slide up, slide 13 on Wednesday that talked about our capital renewal, the pay-as-you-go. I said currently, back in 22, 23, we had put a strategy in place to try to manage the level, mitigate how much we were putting on the tax rate in the present year versus how much we were pushing off until tomorrow. If we followed that strategy today, we would be having 122 million on the going towards annual on the tax rate, and that would have just been an increase of 5% a year to help deal with inflation and all those things. We go to our asset renewal projects and those mitigating dynamics. To do that, it would also have kept how much we use debt to a smaller level. So we would have had more room on the credit card, so to speak, to utilize for those growth projects that we're eager to have right now. Because in 24, 25, the affordability was a higher pressure. Council made the choice to cut how much we were putting towards capital renewal, and now we're at 77 million instead of 122 million. Because we cut it back, what council decided to do was say, we still want to do all the projects, we just want to put it on debt so that we pay for it later. So by saying 12%, trying to keep it under 12%, like I've said, the projects you've already approved will, in a few years' time, 4 years' time, put us at the 10% mark. The difference between 12 and 10% is basically about another $900 million worth of projects. We can go ahead and if we approve funding for years 2, 3, and 4 at more of a $300 million total level, like we did for 26, 27, we'll be able to manage within those dollar values. Where we run into trouble is if we further cut capital renewal and just try to put more on debt to push the tax pressures onto down the road. By using more debt and less investing today, it makes tax increases, instead of going incrementally every year, a little bit higher, it keeps it low artificially for now and then jumps up high in the future. Does that help a little bit more?
Yes, I'll come back.
Thank you, Councillor Steele. Councillor Morse.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So some of the larger projects, if they're in flight, will not be touched, which leaves fewer projects, bigger projects in the decision-making queue. I'm just trying to figure out which projects are most likely to be delayed so that we can have a closer look at them. So as an example, CV 240008 expansion zero emission buses. There's nothing to be spent on that this year. 18 million is in 27-28, 10 million in 28-29. So is that the type of project that will be pushed out?
Councillor, we can't tell you that. We're looking for you to give us the guidance so we can go away and do the work and figure that out. So that's the whole point. So if I could, actually I think it was you that raised a different process every year. I'm not sure why, but last year I might have been the new council bonus round, but years 2 to 4 weren't balanced. So pushed it down the snake, right? And so here we are this year. The CFO and I are telling you, you shouldn't go another year without balancing this. So what we're saying is, okay, we've got big numbers. What we're trying to understand is, we think you should direct us to go away and balance years 2 through 4. That's recommendation 3 in the report. The question is, what are the guardrails you wish us to use? That's also been now suggested and on the table. And so we'll go away and do that work and tell you, come back and tell you years 2 through 4, right? What fits in that box, what doesn't. And it's hard for us to tell you what's not going to move. We've got to sit down, look at your strategic priorities, look at your investments, and try to, because the other thing in the motion is, pace it. There's a lot of discussion about pace. So you're looking at numbers now. You gave a great example. Maybe part of solving this problem years 2 through 4 is to slow down the pace of those acquisitions. I'm not saying that's what we're going to do. That's an option on the table, right? So we've got to take this direction and go away and work with it. Now, recommendation 3, without this added debt service target, means we've kind of got this open box now. Because you could argue, well, we've given you years 2 through 4. We've given you a chart that shows you that this is taking you into the red on your wrist, into your debt service. And we're saying, I don't think you want that either, right? Because we could stop today and deal with this next year, honestly. But we're saying, please don't do that based on everything we've heard from you. And, we'll go away, but we can't give you all those answers right now because, if we had the answers, we wouldn't be asking you to give us direction, I guess. It's the way I'm trying to turn it on its head. So yes, it is a bit new, but the alternative is we just don't deal with it and we come back and deal with it again next year, right? But the problem is just going to continue to grow. You're going to continue. And there's been, what I can say for an old guy who's been around council a long time, the concern that council is expressing about the future tax rate, about total cost of project ownership and operation. These are, sorry, past councils, these are refreshing things to hear because they are critical. This is intergenerational debt. This is intergenerational projects. We're in an interesting time where we're growing so fast. If we don't do them now, the place becomes inhabitable, right? So all important, but I appreciate the nerves about sending us away with this direction. I do appreciate that. And we're also equally nervous because we're going to look at these debt service ratios and start to go, wow, okay, that means we can only hit so much in each of these years. Now, how do we take all the guidance that council has given us, the ratios on renewal and growth, and the moving better projects that you want to do, which are the large marbles, and what are our commitments already underway, and see what we can do in terms of achieving as much of the strategic direction that you want to do as possible. I honestly believe we have a lot of direction from council. We've got to go away now and try and figure out how that all works. And I'll finish by saying there's a lot of trust here. There's no question. I appreciate that. And I get why every councilor is nervous because they're going, oh gosh, is this the death warrant for my rec center? Or is this, we'll come back. It'll be transparent for you. But at least you will then be able to see, because some of the questions you're answering, we can't answer now because we don't know what the debt tolerance is. And we shouldn't be misleading the public year after year saying, oh, that project's just 2 years away. Oh, well, look at that. 2 years later, it's now 2 years away. This starts to give us a box to start to really bring this under control. Sorry to take so long to say that. I just trying to, anyways, thank you.
Thank you. No, that's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Morse. Deputy Mayor Cuddle and Deputy Mayor, if you'll accept my apology, I spoke what I was thinking before when you last spoke. So my apologies for my small edit there.
Okay, no worries. I am worried about my rec center. And I guess what I'm worried about in that is the boxes, right? So if we go back and we look at the Captain Spry Center, it was on the books. We had it there it would have been in the 4-year plan here. It was undergoing the consultations being done. We, looking at an addition, improvements to locker rooms. We were looking at asset renewal. Staff sat me down and said to me, listen, we can do this asset renewal. We can sink millions of dollars into fixing up the Captain Spry Center and adding on an addition. But we don't feel that's the way to go because it's not a good use of funding. Because you're still going to end up at the end of the day with a building that doesn't meet modern accessibility standards, that doesn't meet modern energy efficiency standards, and that's very difficult to put an addition onto. That the better way to go, given both the state of the existing asset and the projected future growth demand, is to go with a new building. I said, okay, let's go for it and let's explore this option. So now you're presenting me with two boxes: asset renewal or growth. And I don't know where that falls anymore. And from what you just said to me, because it's not replacing like for like or working on an existing building, it will be considered a growth project. And so that that just concerns me, because I think we're all of a sudden, we just have two buckets, and things don't always fit neatly into one of those two buckets. And I think that's a good example. And the other one would be the Spryfield Lions Arena, where yes, you have a building that parts of the building are structurally unsound, and you can't have people in them. So I'm just confused about what happens if we continue down this road with these two buckets, and does that lead to the most cost-effective decisions and the best, practice in terms of managing assets?
Through the chair to the counselor, there is definitely many projects on the list that captures both buckets, as you say, renewal and growth. For us to communicate back through to the public and to yourselves, having service growth and asset renewal are an efficient way for us to communicate. Staff, when they go away, and I don't want to speak on behalf of the project managers, but from what I've learned from working with them for several years, they approach each business case with what is the best value, what is the most cost-effective approach that's going to provide, what's the best infrastructure approach to provide the service that it has been defined by the service and program leads. They don't step away and say, is it renewal or growth, and how is it going to be invested? They look at the value of what infrastructure is required for the service. Those examples you gave are definitely both asset renewal and service growth.
So which one trumps what, I guess? Anyway, my time is up.
If I could, Madam Chair, just to remind, these buckets aren't new. We've been doing it this way for a long time. So in other words, every year that you're looking at 26, 27, we've been using those buckets as our guide as to how we prioritize projects. So my point is that it's like it's all of a sudden new. We've had this direction's been on the books for years, and we've been varying the ratios. So this is how we've been building capital budgets for a very long time, as long as I can remember. And so I just want to be clear that this is not something new. And there are always projects, many projects that have combinations of, yes, you're up against the asset life, but when you rebuild it, you build back better and maybe with new functionality. That's not uncommon. That's pretty much writ large. So we have to deal with that in our decisions. And when we bring back the plan, it's simple. If you don't like the plan, make a motion to change it. It's like, that's why we do this, right? And so, we'll go away, we'll do this work, we'll bring it back. If there's something that's completely out of balance and council can't accept, we obviously have to change the plan. That's the whole reason for doing this, right? Work is so you got something to actually debate upon.
In my experience, once you change the plan, it's very hard to change it back or do something different. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Cuddle. Councillor White?
Thank you, Chair. I think that's my main concern is it feels like, are we giving you work that we should be doing ourselves here as part of this? We've got it in front of us. Should we be doing it more project? That's what I'm feeling. What my questions are this time around is what will this look like? Like, we've got our budget book in front of us. We get another, like, that has the 4-year look ahead for costs. Like, when you come back to us, will we see this budget book again with different numbers, like, and be able to dig into it again during this budget process?
Go ahead.
Great question. So the answer is yes, that is the goal. During this budget process may be the piece that we've got to start to work through. Now let me just unpack that a bit. Our goal would be back here by March 4th. That's only a few weeks from now. This is a lot of work. I would start by saying we don't need, as part of your approval of this year's tax, we don't need all that work complete for you to move forward and get your tax bills out, okay? So we may get into this and we'll be in contact. We might, we may need a little more time to wrap this work, and you may need more time to feast on the data. But the plan is to bring you back a same book as you have today, 4 years, all the numbers, but now trimmed out whichever way it happens, right? Because we've got as I'm not sure what the number is at 12% debt ratio, but let's assume we have to cut out $1 billion worth of work. So yes, the numbers are going to look different and the projects are going to look different, or they're going to be elongated, they'll be paced, there's going to be changes, right? And so we'll bring that back and we'll take as long as it takes. The real pressure on years 2 through 4 is we can't wait too long on year 2, because if we're going to radically change it, staff need to get into the rhythm. They got to already start designing on year 2. Now, based on the fact that you've just solidified on year 1, a lot of our year 2 work is already defined. I'm not suggesting it won't change in year 2. In fact, it will, in all likelihood, to have to balance. But the point being, the pressure is really on year 2 from a staff perspective. So bottom line, what I'm trying to say is if we go beyond, get into April and May, that's not a bad thing if we get it right, because at least we've got a good, strong 4-year capital plan, and that really helps guide us in the work that we're lining up. Because as you pointed out many times today, projects have to get into a design loop. And to get into a design loop, many projects need to have engagement, and you don't get to see engagement in these capital plans, right? And so we have to get into a rhythm. So the more solid those plans are, the better we are at staying on track and moving along. So I think so to answer that question, we'll do our best to be back by March 4th, but if we're, we'll communicate ahead that if we're having trouble, that we'd ask for more time.
I appreciate that.
Thank you, Councillor White. Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Chair. And this is a question for you, Crystal. You had the slide up with the pay-as-you-go and the numbers, the numbers we should be looking at, should have been looking at with the pay-as-you-go. Can you put that slide back up? I'm just curious about that. Like, okay, so, to me, we almost seem like we're in the same situation as Halifax Water, in that we haven't been charging in the tax rate what we perhaps should have been charging all the way along. So now we're facing some tough financial issues. But is there a path forward on the pay-as-you-go? Is there a way that we can start to pay as we go more effectively, other than reducing the capital budget, which I'm supportive of? In life, we have to set priorities every day. So I'm fine with setting priorities based on, all of our strategies and all the work we've done in terms of strategic direction. But I just like to pick up on this pay as you go and wonder, what capacity there is. I mean, I'm seeing, our taxes have not increased as rapidly as, for example, the CPI, or I don't believe they have. So can you talk a bit about that? And those numbers in terms of pay as you go and what they would have looked like are fairly large. So, I just want to fully understand how we got here, and then how do we get out of this? So we're not, 5 years down the road, we're not in the same situation, or a future council isn't.
Yeah, through the chair to the counselor. Certainly the council every year makes the best decision that they feel is proper for what we choose for funding and choices. Where we're at right now with the pay as you go, I would say the best recommendation is just that we continue moving forward from where we're at right now. Certainly any drastic changes one way or another isn't going to be comfortable for anyone. What we'd like to see from a finance perspective is just that we add in a nominal escalation every year going forward. So I think in our current model this year, we were estimating if we didn't get direction differently from budget committee, that we would continue and add 2% to that 77 million every year going forward. So if council wants to see something different than that, we will take that approach. We also have the strategy that we have in place for the strategic initiatives projects, where we have funding that goes into the reserve every year to try to mitigate the debt repayments against those projects in the future. I'd recommend that we don't reduce that amount anymore. And I know we have a briefing note coming back during the fiscal debate. The climate action tax is the same sort of dynamic. Everything, those two annual amounts that we collect currently on the tax bill every year are to help, as Mr. Hurley mentioned earlier, help to stabilize and mitigate the tax bill fluctuations from year to year, try to minimize that.
I'm the only one on the board, so can I ask another question? So we have 77 million on the tax bill, but if we were doing the asset renewal on the tax bill for this year, it would be 156 million. Okay. And so we've been doing this for a number of years then. This disparity has been in place for a long time. Okay. Thank you, Crystal.
Thank you, Councillor Steele. Question has been, Councillor White, you got in just before we said that. Councillor White.
Okay. I feel like Councillor Hartling's question about the tax rate was touched on a little bit there. But yeah, I still don't get it either, as far as I think everyone around this table has different feelings about what's a reasonable tax increase or not. So I feel like there's two variables you need. You need that 12%, and then how much are we willing to go up in taxes? So if you could speak to that a little bit. And then I'm quite interested in looking back at this tax reform issue of kind of changing how we do our taxes, and how would that all play into this. I'm really hesitant to let go on aspirations if there's better ways we could be taxing.
Councillor White,
specifically fewer property taxes, more of our other tools. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take the tax reform thing first. So respectfully, adding a tax reform into the work that we got to do complicates things. Tax reform is an equity issue. We're not talking about equity right now. So what we're talking about is financial sustainability. Tax reform is a revenue neutral issue. I get the equity piece, but we got bigger things to move forward on the tax reform. So respectfully, I think we need to kind of park that
Okay,
for
to
now.
be clear, I wasn't asking for
Yeah.
this year. I'm just talking about we're looking out further.
Yeah. Okay. I'll pass it over to Dave and Crystal just on tax increases. But one thing, like if you recall, we go back to November 19th when we came in here, we put a forecast in front of you. We've been doing this year after year. At the end of every budget, we're saying next year you're looking at 9%, you're looking at 10%. So I think we're at a precipice where I think we're finally realizing we need to do something, right? So I'll turn it over to Dave.
Thanks, Jerry. And yeah, so what we were actually, what I think is probably going to be most beneficial here is let us go away. What we can do is update that forecast to show what that 12%, that 12% rate is going to look like, and we can actually show you what those potential increases are going to be based on the current forecast we're doing, factoring that in, so you can kind of see what that would look like right now, and what we can bring that back when this comes back on the 4th.
Okay. Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Councillor White. No names on the speakers list. Are we calling for the question? Why not? 3 minutes to 4. So, a point of clarification. So, Krista, would you put the motion on our screens? I believe that was the question. So is everyone able to see that on their screens, the motion? Thank you. Krista, you can tell us you're ready to vote?
We're voting right now.
Oh, we're voting. So councillors, we're voting now.
All votes complete.
The motion carries. Thank you, everyone. We're repopulating, I believe. I just want to make sure. Is there, it is 4 o'clock, so we can reconvene at a later date to finish any further questions on capital. Is that what we're doing, or? Councillor Purdy, you were going to buzz in, so.
One question. Parade Square, City Hall, in next year's and the years after, there's like 3.5 million and 2 point something million on the capital list. And I'm just wondering, what would that be for?
Parking lot for the councillors.
That's a lot of money.
Welcome back, Philip.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to the councillor. Those funds are reserved in advance for state of good repair work on City Hall, specifically for window replacements and upgrades.
It's a lot of money. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Purdy. There are no other speakers on the list, so I believe we've concluded our capital budget, and we're to ask for a motion to adjourn. Oh, we did. Oh, we didn't vote yet. I thought we did. Oh, I thought we voted. Okay. Let's vote. I thought we just voted.
So we just voted on the amendment. This is the main motion for recommendation 3 as amended that you need to vote on.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Okay. So we vote again. So the motion carries. Before we have the motion to adjourn, I think all of the councillors and mayor would like to send our sincere appreciation to all of the staff who have been working so hard on our capital budget. Thank you so very much. And thank you for being the voice of the entire team there today, Crystal. So our motion to adjourn, 4:02. Thank you very much. And councillors, there is the Tim Hortons Special Olympics little video thing we're going to do.